board meeting, and we have nothing to report. With that, we'd like to call to order the August 21st, 2018 Board of Supervisors meeting. Mr. Pedro, would you please lead us in the salute to the flag?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, oral communication. The public may speak on any item that is not on the agenda. Two minutes.
Good morning.
Morning.
My name is Sarah Garcia. I am here from Big Dreams. I'm just here to give you a quick update on the construction of our universally accessible playground that is going in Tuolumne right now. Construction has started. We've cleared the lot, and drainage is going in. We don't have an estimated time of completion since the project is working with all volunteers, so we're working around their schedules to get it done, but we are moving forward. We are still looking for volunteers. Anyone that has construction experience that's available to come help, they can contact me, and we can get them hooked up with our contractors that are working on the site. We're also looking for landscape volunteers who can help with the landscaping project and installing fence posts. Our upcoming fundraiser for our Big Dreams nonprofit is on Saturday, September 15th. It's at our secret location. It's called our Starry Night Dinner in White, and we are inviting all of you to attend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah, I'm sorry, how do they contact you?
They can go to our website, and all of our contact information is there. It's www.bigdreamsplaygrounds.com.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alicia Serling. I have recently moved to Sonora. Since then, I've begun volunteering with Tuolumne County Arts. I'm working as their social media manager now. They have been a great resource to me in the community. I've gained a lot of friendships and relationships with them from just moving here, and I hope to be a resource to other creatives in the area in terms of their online presence and their social media.
Thank you. And how do they get a hold of you?
Alicia at TuolumneCountyArts.org.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Will the clerk please read the consent calendar?
Minutes of the meeting held August 7th, 2018, finding that a summary of ordinance number 3340 was published, approving the amendments to the conflict of interest codes for the Tuolumne County Sheriff's Office and the Tuolumne County Library, approving the revisions to the Assistant County Administrator class specification, approving letters of appreciation to the Rural Counties Representative California Board and the I Foster Organization for providing laptops for 23 Tuolumne County foster youth and former foster youth. Approving correspondence to the Yosemite National Park Superintendent for his fire protective measures related to the Ferguson fire. Adopting a resolution setting the maximum rate for support and maintenance of minors and authorizing the initial placement clothing allowance for foster children. Approving the discharge of accountability for one home loan and two business loans, accounts totaling $256,879.25. assigned to the Office of Revenue Recovery. Approving the removal of Bill Tracy from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board to an unexcused absences and directing the clerk to post a notice of vacancy. Approving the appointments and reappointments to the first five commission as follows. Appointments of Laura Sunday and Sarah Cawley as commissioners and Myra Patty as a community representative alternative, and the reappointment of Marcia Williams as a community representative alternative. Also, approving a resolution continuing the local health emergency as required by the Health and Safety Code, Section 101080.
Anyone on the board wish to pull anything from the consent calendar? Supervisor Hanvelt would like to approve, not pull, but we'll do it later. Public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Number 5.
Move to
Oh,
approve.
maybe we ought to take a vote on that. What do you think?
Second.
All right, all those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you. Number 5.
This is approving letters of appreciation to the Rural Counties Representative California Board and the iFoster organization for providing laptops for 23 Tuolumne County foster youth and former foster youth.
Supervisor Hanvelt.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be brief. I asked that this be put on the agenda, and for everybody's benefit, RCRC and National Home Buyers Fund, working with iFoster, paid for and is in the process of distributing laptop computers and training to all the foster kids of a certain age that are about to emancipate or go out on their own. And the reason for that, of course, is that that kids that are connected to the world have a much better chance of success, an amazing better chance of success. And I asked this put on that we send thank you notes to iFoster and RCRC, but I left out NHF, National Home Buyers Fund. So I'd just like to move that we approve this with the addition of a letter to Kevin Can, the chairman of National Home Buyers Fund, and go forth.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Hanveld. Any public comment? Second by Supervisor Rotifer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you. All right. Item number 12.
Consideration of adopting a resolution proclaiming August 2018 as Child Support Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Julie Prado. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. We are a joint powers authority. We are formed for the purposes of providing child support services in the counties of Amador, Alpine, Calaveras, and Tuolumne. I'm here today because August is Child Support Awareness Month. Child Support Awareness Month is a national initiative to help inform families about available child support services. Studies have shown time and time again that when both parents are actively involved in raising kids, the quality of life improves. This is especially true for children of single or divorced parents. This year, the awareness campaign theme throughout the state of California is "They don't need perfect, they just need you," encouraging parents to be involved no matter how big or how small. Through our state administrative program, we are able to offer many services to families here locally, including genetic testing, collection of child support, assistance with health insurance coverage, and much more. Statewide, we have over 6,500 child support professionals collecting more than $2.5 billion in child support. Here locally, we're staffed with 40 child support professionals, and we are on track to collect more than $11.4 million this year alone. More than $5.2 million of those dollars are for families right here in Tuolumne County. In addition to spreading the word in our community about the services we have available, Child Support Awareness Month is an opportunity for me to recognize the staff at the Central Sierra Child Support Agency for the incredible work that they do. Our talented and dedicated staff are collecting nearly 80% of child support that is due in our communities. Our performance using federal performance standards has landed us in the top 5 of 49 agencies statewide for the last 10 consecutive years. On behalf of the families that we serve, I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank and commend each one of our staff members for the continued dedication to our community. I'm extremely grateful to be a part of the winning team at Central Sierra Child Support Agency. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Chairman John Gray and Supervisor Randy Hamvelt for their excellence in leadership and guidance as members of our Board of Directors. Randy and John, you have each demonstrated care and concern for not only the employees at the Child Support Agency, but also the community in which we serve. We thank you for your continued support. I ask you today to proclaim August as Child Support Awareness Month here in Tuolumne County, and I'd like to read the resolution if that's okay. Whereas the vision of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is partnering with families to create self-sufficiency, And whereas the professional staff of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency worked diligently to fulfill this vision by partnering with families involved in more than 5,200 cases and collecting more than $11 million in support last federal fiscal year. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency declares its commitment to having a meaningful impact on the families it serves. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is engaged in educating its customers regarding their cases and the community regarding the services it provides. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency affirms the important role it plays in partnering with parents to support the well-being of children. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency encourages parents to be accountable for their children, providing them many opportunities to succeed. And whereas Child Support Awareness Month recognizes and acknowledges parents who work diligently to support their children to provide both emotional and stable financial stability, thus having a positive impact on their children. And whereas the Central Sierra Child Support Agency thanks its partner agencies and recognizes its child support professionals who strive to continuously improve their customer service and make a difference in the lives of the children in our community. Now for let it be resolved and ordered. And I'm asking you to order that August 2018 be declared Child Support Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Right, thank you. Any questions? Any comments?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to move in favor of approval of the resolution.
Right.
I'll second it, pending public comment.
All right. Any public comment?
Thank you.
Okay. Being part of the group is I find very interesting because it's something that not many people know what's going on and how hard that it is for you guys to do your job and get the money back from the people that owe it to their families. And I really think that you have a wonderful staff. Everyone that I've been in contact with has done a great job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Can I add that the awareness that I've seen out in the community at events over the last couple of years, maybe 3 or 4 years, has really been elevated. And I appreciate that because I think it's important for people to see you and to know what you're doing.
Thank you.
All right. Looking for a motion on the resolution. Got it from Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Rutherford. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Clerk, please read item 13.
Consideration of approving the appointment of the Veteran Services Officer.
Boyack.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm Steve Boyack from the Human Services Agency. Hopefully here for the last time appointing a veteran service officer for a long time. For the last time for a long time. How about that? I think we have found a perfect fit. So I'm here to present to you this appointment staff report for VSO. So in accordance with the Military and Veterans Code, your Board of Supervisors may appoint a county veteran service officer who is a veteran to administer aid to local veterans, investigate all related claims, and perform any other veteran-related services as requested by your board. Further, the California Code of Regulations requires that a qualified VSO be appointed in order for the county to receive subvention, Medicare cost avoidance, and veteran service officer funding dispersed by the California Department of Veterans Affairs to support our local veteran service operational costs. As your board is aware, the Tuolumne County former VSO resigned in April of this year. Recruitment for the VSO position was concluded pursuant to your board's approval of a recommended recruitment plan in March of this year. At the conclusion of that recruitment, 2 applicants that were being considered withdrew from that recruitment. During the first phase of the recruitment, consideration was given to those applicants that had direct VSO and supervisory experience. So the second phase included staff re-examining and thoroughly reviewing all the applicants that we did not necessarily review the first time, but rather utilizing a combination of professional and supervisory experience as the determining factor. We then had a second interview, and at the end of that second interview, your board authorized for staff to complete reference checks and extend a tentative offer of employment for the part-time VSO position to Deborah Eskew, and she is sitting before you today. With your board's approval, Deborah's appointment as the VSO position would become effective on August 29th, 2018. Deborah comes to Tuolumne County with over 35 years of military experience in the Air Force National Guard, retiring as a colonel in October of 2012. Deborah has an associate's degree in nursing from Modesto Junior College, a bachelor's degree in physical education from the California State University at Chico, and a master's degree in business administration from the St. Joseph's College of Maine. Deborah is a registered nurse, licensed in both California and Nevada, and she has over 10 years of professional supervisory experience. During her last military assignment, she was responsible for a $500,000 budget and served as commander of one of the largest contingency aeromedical staging facilities in the country. Deborah is currently employed as a registered nurse and works part-time for the Carson Tahoe Regional Medical Center in Carson City, Nevada. Once your board makes the appointment, Deborah will start at range 446, Step B, and that is $34.20 an hour. And to remind your board and the public, this is a .48 FTE position, so 1,000 hours a year. So the total annual cost for the salary is $34,145. Her benefit package will be outlined in the Management Association compensation plan. So it is with great pleasure that staff recommends that your board appoint Deborah Eskew as the county's Veteran Service Officer with the compensation package outlined previously, effective August 29, 2018. Be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Vice Rutherford, I think we asked the candidate enough questions already. Any public comment?
Well, I came before your board and suggested it would be a really good idea to hire a native and a woman. So I'm very pleased. And I was out and about one day, I don't know, a year and a half ago, and some guy came driving up in a truck and asked me if I knew where the Veterans Office was. And I was totally stunned because I had no idea. So I went on a scavenger hunt, and I won't tell you how long it took me to find out where they were. So I know Debbie has plans to raise the visuals, I think, on our Veterans Office, and I volunteered to help her. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
When you come back.
Okay, back to the board. Vice Rutherford.
Yeah, being the sole veteran on the board, I'm very happy to move on the approval of this hire. It's a wonderful choice. I want to thank you for wanting to do the job. It's a very, very important job in our county. We have a lot of veterans in our county, and we have a changing demographic on our veterans in the county as we're migrating from Vietnam and earlier war veterans and getting more and more of the newer, the more recent conflict veterans. And the problems and the issues are a little bit different. And the veterans themselves are not as homogeneous as they were once. So your challenges are going to be manifest, but I have full confidence in your ability to do that. So I move on staff recommendation.
Jerry.
Yeah, and it's an honor to second this motion, and I want to, I actually really concur with some of the public comment that was made because Deb is from the county. She knows the area, she knows the people here, and she knows what the county needs. And so I'm really happy to see somebody from the county with the qualifications that you have stepping into this position. I think you're going to be a tremendous asset. So I'll second that motion.
Yeah, I'd like to add my welcome to the team. This is a really important position. I know you'll do it well. Your qualifications, you were clearly the best candidate for this job, and we welcome you to the team. Look forward to a lot of big things.
Okay. We have a motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Welcome. Passes 5-0.
All right, thank you very much.
Should we offer her an opportunity to make some comments?
Well, certainly.
Certainly would like.
All right.
Well, first I want to thank Craig for all the help he did on the panels, but thank you very much for this opportunity. I look forward to working with the veterans in this community and the community in general for all of you. I do have some big ideas out there, and I hope that I see you out on some of the things that we are going to do for our veterans. And I know I was working with Mark Orlando, the prior VSO, so I think we're going to step forward and do some of those same things that we had talked about, Mark and I. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity, and I won't let you down.
Thank
All right,
you.
Thank you.
Clerk, please read item 14.
This is consideration of approving the employment agreement with Tracy Riggs to serve as the county administrator.
Okay, good morning, members of the board. I'm Sarah Carrillo, County Counsel. And this is a historic day for Tuolumne County because today your board is going to consider approving the employment agreement with Ms. Riggs to serve as the county's first female county administrator. So it's really awesome. So I'm really thrilled to present this contract to your board. So on July 3rd, your board announced that it had selected Ms. Riggs to serve as the next county administrator, and you directed me to negotiate the employment agreement with her. Currently, she's the assistant county administrator, and starting November 1st, she will be the acting county administrator as Mr. Pedro will be away from the office working on some special projects. So the employment agreement is attached in your agenda packet. It includes a base salary that is at range 629 step A, which is approximately $160,000 annually. Ms. Riggs will receive the same benefits as those employees in the executive and confidential unit. She will receive a $500 monthly car allowance, and the county will contribute the maximum amount of deferred compensation allowable per year by the IRS to her compensation plan, deferred compensation plan. The term of the agreement is 5 years. So today, I happily, excitedly ask your board to approve this employment agreement.
All right. It is a historic time, isn't it? Any board comment? Any public comment? I think Ms. Riggs should at least come forward. We're here to grill you, but I'm here to thank you for applying for the job. I think that you're just going to be perfect and well suited and carry on in the footsteps of Mr. Pedro when he decides to permanently take his time off, his well-deserved time off. So I'm bringing it back to the. Go ahead.
I just want to say how excited I am that Tracy's going to be in this role. I have the highest degree of confidence in your abilities to take care of our county. And I've seen you operate in some of the most difficult circumstances with emergencies, and your effectiveness is extremely impressive. So I also am extremely grateful that we have you in this role. Mr. Pedro has done an outstanding job as a very, very dedicated and also effective public servant. But Tracy, thank you. And as I'm leaving, it gives me great comfort to know that you'll be in this position. So thank you.
Supervisor Rotifer.
Yes. Leadership changes are both exciting times. They can also be times of a little trepidation as well in the workforce and everything. But I think this is a very exciting moment for Tuolumne County. Again, I agree wholeheartedly with Supervisor Royce that CAO Pedro has done an incredible job in his years here, and we owe him a great deal of thanks. But change does happen. It's a normal course of things, and I couldn't be more excited for the future of Tuolumne County with Mr. Pedro retiring and you stepping in. So I want to thank you for being willing to take on an incredibly difficult, and it will, I'm sure you know, often be a very thankless job. But I have all the confidence in the world that you're going to lead this county to greater things going forward. So thank you very much.
Supervisor Brennan.
Yeah, I think I know we'll have an opportunity in the future to really talk about all of Mr. Pedro's accolades, and we'll have a very, very well-deserved lengthy conversation on that today. I really want to echo the sentiments of my fellow supervisors and talk about how fortunate Tuolumne County is to have Ms. Riggs stepping into this role. She has been recognized statewide, received numerous awards and accolades for the work that she has done on behalf of Tuolumne County. She's been a leader amongst her peers and shown the way on so many different important topics with tree mortality and OES procedures. She's really written the book in so many ways on how to get out there and accomplish things for counties. And we are really privileged to have you stepping into this role. And I look forward to your optimism, and I know you're a very solution-oriented person, as so much of our staff is, and your leadership, I think, is going to be very, very well received. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanville.
Hard to add all of that, but look, Tracy has worked with us, and I've got to thank her. She and Craig have been a great team, particularly in the last 5 years, where we've struggled under multiple emergencies at the same time and virtual continuous emergency, and we're still under emergency. By the way, that's one of your challenges, get us out of a state of emergency.
An agenda with no declarations.
But I truly believe that that times have never been more trying than they have with all of these emergencies. Emergency is a diversion, a necessary diversion from the day-to-day blocking and tackling that we all expect the staff to do. And somehow, some way, they've done it, and they've done it with this team. I have to say that Craig has done an amazing job, and it doesn't stop. We've seen that happen recently, and I mentioned in the last meeting about some extraordinary and courageous things that we've done, and I want to give Craig credit again for sending County Fire up to do structure protection on this Donnell fire. That is extraordinary. It's unheard of. It's unprecedented. But it took a bold, courageous move, and it was the right move. And the sheriff's team did the same thing, go up there and doing extraordinary things. These people have saved our community and in many ways. And Tracy, these are big shoes to step into. I have great confidence in you. And by the way, not only has she led a lot of things and gotten state awards and recognition, but also national recognition. That's a big deal. Tuolumne County's on the map for the things we do, and it all has to do with leadership. And so I'm excited. I'm going to miss Craig, but we look forward to having you lead our county forth. And congratulations.
Mr. Pedro.
Mr. Chair and board members. This is really your time with Tracy. But I got to say, you guys have known for some time, but to actually say it out loud, my intentions to retire is the hardest thing I've ever had to do here. But along the lines of what Evan said, it gives me great comfort to know that the office, your board, and this community are in good hands, with Tracy. It gives me great comfort as I get ready to depart. So good choice, and congratulations.
Thank you, Craig.
All right, so we're looking for a motion to hire
move on
this lady.
staff I move to approve the contract with Ms. Tracy Riggs as our new CAO or incoming CAO.
Second.
Second, any public comment? All right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
I can't believe she didn't want to rebut any of that.
Uh-oh. She's back.
You had to open the door.
All right, will clerk please read item 15?
Presentation on preparations of the fiscal year 2018-19 final budget hearing and consideration of directing staff on the base document to be used for the hearing.
Ms. Riggs.
Good morning. Tracy Riggs, County Administrator's Office. Now I got to get myself back down where I'm ready to go without talking like one of the chipmunks, right? Okay. I was told I need to speak slowly and clearly. So the item before you today is to give you an update on where we are with preparing the adopted 2018-19 budget. And normally, under different circumstances, we would have a different type of information and presentation available for you. But as you know, with the fires that have been happening, our attention has been pulled off. So what I'm giving you is very high level. I am looking for any input and direction your board may have. And of course, any questions as well as we go through this. So what I'm prepared to do here is we're going to start where we left off with the recommended budget, just as a general reminder of what those were, what we said we needed to watch out for. So just as a reminder, the recommended budget did maintain all of our core services. We used the general fund to, we balanced with ongoing revenues going towards ongoing expenses. And as you know, with your new budget policies, we also did put a portion of that fund balance, $250,000, into our general reserves to begin rebuilding our reserves. The other things we did was the contingencies are fully funded, the new policy that your board approved at the $750,000. We also were able, through some one-time funding, to put that towards the match for our 2018 storms. And as a reminder of those storms for 2018 was that because there was no federal proclamation, the county will have a 25% share of costs. So we still have about there's about 50% of what we estimate we will need, and we will be working throughout the year. And then as we start building next year's budget on how we will fund the rest of that. We also were able to balance the budget with relatively few staff reductions, again, trying to maintain core county services. So while we had 2.3 FTE reductions, there was one layoff in that. The rest were through attrition, through retirements, and not replacing those positions. And then the goal was to,
To be clear, my understanding is that the one layoff was not really a layoff. It was a reduction of a position that was vacant. Is that correct, or was it a layoff? It was a layoff? Okay, thank you.
okay. And the other goal was whatever we did to balance this year's budget as we were working in every year's budget is to build that foundation as we move forward. And we do believe that what we did with the recommended does begin and help to build that foundation we need to move forward. The other item that we had in the recommended budget memo was our watch list. And these are the three items. We know we always watch our general revenues. We look to see how is our sales tax, our property tax, and our TOT, the three largest revenues that we have. There are many, many others, but those are the key. And then also the impact of illegal cannabis grows. While your board did provide for the personal use, and we have a budget set up for that, we aren't necessarily ready and have the resources to deal with the commercial grows. So that is something we continue to watch. And then the big one for our roads department is the repeal of SB1, and we know in November that's on the ballot. So we continue to watch that. We continue to speak into it and try and educate our own community of what that would mean if that was repealed. So, with our general revenues and looking at local economy, we know that the Ferguson fire that started in July and the Donnell fire that started in August had a huge impact on our local businesses. Yosemite National Park was impacted for several weeks. The smoke that hung around, individuals were not coming up through the Highway 120 corridor, and those individuals up there, those businesses are really feeling the impact of that from the fire. And Donnell fire, we know we're still dealing with that one. It's not fully contained. It is halfway there, a little more than half, which is good news. But we've had the Highway 108's been closed for a couple of weeks, and that has impacted the businesses along that corridor. This is unprecedented to have both of our highways that provide a mechanism for the tourism that we so depend upon, and that the businesses along those two corridors depend upon, and has a big, not only is it a big impact on their receipts, of course, but then it cascades down to the local revenues and the impact that we have on that. So we've been working with Lisa Mayo. She's been getting me some great information, reaching out to the different lodging associations or businesses to try and help us get a feel for what they're saying that their impact was. And then the revenue team met yesterday. So again, that's the auditor, controller, the assessor, and tax collector, and then our office. And we talk about our general revenues, impacts, taking in all of that information. With that being said, the revenue team is recommending to decrease our sales tax by $331,000, and this is from the recommended budget, and our TOT by $330,000. The good news is that the property tax continues to increase. We continue to see sales taking place. What we're hearing from the real estate agents is it's still a healthy market. And I know Kanan had attended a conference, and he came back with some great information as well as to what to expect nationally and what they're experiencing in different states. So the total as a result of that is about a $500,000 decrease in our general revenues. And that's a big number. So, and that has been incorporated, and we're working with those as we work with the rest of the adjustments that we need to make. Now, when I give you these tentative beginning fund balances, I want you to know these are very tentative. I know Debbie was still receiving some different requests for adjustments that would have affected many different funds. The ones for sure, when you see red, those are for sure the ones that we know are not complete yet, so you will see a change. But we wanted to kind of give you a high-level idea of where we're at with right now. So you can see, and I'm not going to read all of these to you, but the general fund is expected to be about $887,000 higher than what we had originally projected. That's good news because since we're reducing our revenues by $500,000, your board has the opportunity to use these one-time funds to offset this one-time event if that was what you were to direct. Again, we'll go through. You'll see our county fire just a little bit less, not a lot. County roads is higher, and that's always a good thing. We want to make sure, but again, that one's not final. We'll see where we end up with that, and we'll have final numbers for you when we present the budget in September 4th. And then our human services agency departments, you have to remember when we do the projections there, they are doing cost reports, they are filing their final claims, and a lot of those can't even be filed until middle of July or even the first part of August. So they cannot truly get in there and estimate what their fund balance would be until they can do all of that cost accounting that they need to do. So you'll see some significant changes, mostly in behavioral health and social services. And then road construction, that one also has our two storms. So we have the 2017 storms and the 2018 storms that are contained in there as well. And airport construction is minor. The enterprise funds, again, you'll see the red with ambulance. Sorry, Carl.
Tracy, I'm sorry to keep interrupting, but rather than wait and go back. On the road construction, is that money that we will eventually expend like next year because we couldn't get to the projects this year, or is that projects that or money that is actual true fund balance? In other words, it cost us less to do what we wanted to do than we thought.
From what I've seen so far, it's a mixture of both. So some things get rebudgeted because a project isn't completed, or we don't get to those that we thought we would get to in that time. And there are some that, yes, that will be a little bit less than what they had anticipated. So it's a combination normally.
Just for future reference, it'd be interesting if we could break those out, because one of them really isn't a cost savings, it's just deferred savings,
right,
or deferred cost, and the other one is actually a cost savings.
Right. Okay, enterprise funds. Again, the red meaning we know that that is likely to change. The biggest one here is ambulance, and that is the one in red. We'll see when those finalize where they end up, but it's the most significant, with about so far a $400,000 increase in their fund balance. And then our internal service funds. So these are all the funds that we utilize for paying our insurance, unemployment, workers' compensation, group insurance. So as you can see, they have varied here. And some of the biggest increases in our telecommunications, we know there that we're putting in a new phone system. And if you want more information on why that is so much higher, I know Daniel is here and he could help you and answer some questions on that. The workers' compensation and the other one that are the largest are the employee leave. So these, when they roll over into the next year, and then we utilize those to either, like we've talked to you in the past, we're trying to build fund balance in some of these to meet the actuarial recommendations, and then they get used to meet that, whether it be 75% or 80% as we continue to try and build these. Any questions on the internal service funds? No? Okay.
None from the board.
Okay, so some of the budget issues that we're looking at right now that are the most significant, as we already discussed, the general fund, general revenues, $500,000 decrease as a result of fires. As your board has already approved in a previous board memo, $150,000 match for airport construction, which pulls down about almost $1.4 million in grant funds. It's a great opportunity to do more work at our airports. And the Community Resources Agency, they just recently found out they were not going to get what is the Coupa grant. And then we did have an overstatement of what we expected to be reimbursed for jail inspections. And then the board priority that I had in my notes was adding back the county council legal clerk. And so that estimate is for a mid-year cost. It's not for a full-year cost, and I would need to work with Ann to get that cost for you. But that's an estimate for a mid-year if we were to add that in. The other thing I just thought of as I was sitting here is what we don't have incorporated and should be in here, and I don't have a number for you yet, but they're working on it, is impacts for fire and law enforcement for the fire. So I know Jean, who is the accountant for the sheriff, she is working on that for me right now. So not only what they've incurred, but what do they think they will incur this week? And you'll have a better idea of what that will look like when we do the fire update later, and Bill can explain to you their security that they have set up in that corridor right now.
Public Works must have some increased costs.
And you're right, Public Works as well.
All right, any more questions from the board?
Not quite done, almost. Do you have a question?
No, go ahead.
Okay. So this is just summarizing. So we're estimated that we would have $887,000. Again, this is tentative, but an $887,000 increase in beginning fund balance. If we were to take the $150,000 match that your board approved in a previous board action away from that, and then again take away the reductions in general fund revenue, we would have $232,000 left over of that increase in fund balance. And again, we are recommending that we would utilize this towards one-time expenses. So to stay true to what you have already set, and the standard that you set is that one-time revenues are used for one-time expenses as we move forward.
And members of the board, we can talk about, we can use that to pay down debt. per your policies, we can use that towards reserves, or we can put it to things, something like contingencies. And given all of what's been going on, with the fires, the economy and so forth, I'm going to recommend that we move that towards contingencies so we can, just protect ourselves and have flexibility during the year, or whatever the actual figure is. Again, this is just a rough number
On the
at this
final
point.
budget.
Right.
Okay. Okay. We're not making a decision right now, but go ahead.
We're almost done. There were two items that we had, again, in the recommended budget memo and that we discussed that your board had directed we bring back for the adopted budget. And that was to consider an increase in what our contributions would be to ATCA, and then also to consider funding the Arts Alliance request. And I know we have representatives from both of these agencies here today who would like to speak to you and also may have a small presentation.
Okay. How about we'll have ATCA first and then the Arts Alliance, excuse me.
Okay.
Good morning, Board. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to shed a little light into my mindset as I was writing the letter that I recently submitted to Administrator Pedro. I had a flashback to my childhood in a time when my family was in a financially difficult space, and I wasn't feeling really well and felt like I needed to go to the doctor but didn't want to ask because I knew money was tight. And in a way, I kind of feel like that kid again. It's like we've got the health and viability of my organization is somewhat at risk with the funding setback we've experienced in various ways, particularly to our administrative core. And yet I know this board is struggling to make ends meet as well. So I'm asking in a time of need and difficulty, and I recognize that complexity. But we're in a situation, in a crossroads, where we have reduced administrative staff to what I would consider bare bones, but yet highly effective. And even with this request, if it were to be funded, we are at risk of losing another 0.5 FTE, which I believe we can still absorb and do well. And our admin staff isn't glamorous. They don't get a lot of attention, but when we have monitorings, when we have reportings, when we have our audit, this team of people are like superheroes. They come in, they support the direct program providers and do the grunt work and continue to allow our direct service staff to do an excellent job without having to worry about some of these details. So I'm here in hopes to see us take what has been a static contribution over 30-plus years and move up the inflation ladder just a little bit and come up to $45,000.
Okay. Any questions?
I have a
Comments? Cherry?
So I appreciate the case that you've laid out here. My question really gets at when this started. I have to assume that there was some assumptions that Tuolumne County utilized maybe a third more of the managerial resources that were in the office. And I'm curious today, given how programs have changed and what you're doing, if that's a fair assessment, if we are 30% above, and I'd really like to see some numbers or some accounting,
Sure.
Or is it more equal now? Are we more, is your management, balancing that time because of programs between the two counties more equally?
Our program growth in Tuolumne County has exceeded program growth in Amador County. So as of today, I would say we are doing more administrative support work for programs that affect Tuolumne County residents than Amador. Not a
Is it
great
30%
degree.
more?
Yes.
Yeah, question for Ms. Riggs. asking for the 45. Do we have the 24 already budgeted in the budget? So it's $21,000 more than what we have budgeted. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I've got one. I assume, because we have to be, the way we budget things, and you may or may not know this, I'm not meaning to insult you if you do, but the way we budget things, we look at one-time expenses and we look at recurring expenses. This is not a one-time expense request. This is an ongoing expense request. I just want to be clear about that. Okay.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a comment for Raj. You know, recently we went after some CBDG money for the food bank. This is in addition to that.
That's correct. That's correct. And in the letter that I recently submitted, officially withdrew an additional request to support baseline funding for the food bank in light of that contribution, in light of some support from Sonora Area Foundation, and in light of us putting some other more traditional nonprofit fundraisers and private foundation requests are in the works. So we hope to minimize our need and dependency around food bank funding from the federal government to more traditional nonprofit funding sources.
Just for everybody's benefit, you might just kind of outline the kinds of things that ATCA does in our community, you know, Head Start, Early Head Start, et cetera. I think it might be helpful for everybody to realize that the world would be quite different without ATCA.
Would Head Start, Early Head Start, state preschool, food bank, suicide prevention, mental health programs for youth and young adults. We work with foster care, run a shelter. We do housing assistance. We help people with utility bills. During the drought, we help bring in water tanks and water. And we continue to do water conservation programs and home weatherization for the elderly and low income.
And you've been leading a homeless effort within the county, too.
I've been part of a group of folks who are leading that homeless effort.
I understand, but I want to give ATCA credit. ATCA
Thank you.
Did drive the point-in-time count and those kinds of things.
Yes, thank you.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Public comment, Arts Alliance.
Good morning, supervisors, Mr. Pedro, Ms. Riggs, guests. You have in front of you a packet that highlights, it's for your perusal, highlights the next 2 years of Tuolumne County Arts and what we're planning to do. It also talks about the affected groups, who will be impacted, and just a couple of other sites for your knowledge to kind of support our claims. Since my tenure started in January, we have focused heavily on fundraising while we reimagine the mission and vision of TCA and the role we play in the vitality of Tuolumne County. During this time, we have also been actively connecting with one of our major funders, the California Arts Council, in order to discover more ways that Tuolumne County can actually become a designated cultural district for the residents of California, both near and far. And to cite Smart Cities, the nonprofit arts and culture industry generates $166.2 billion in economic activity annually, provides 5.7 million full-time jobs in the U.S., and generates nearly $30 billion in revenue for federal, state, and local governments every year, where governments spend less than $4 billion annually to support the arts, and that's a 7-to-1 return. Meanwhile, we have also been shifting our programs to increase our donor support base by way of offering new and exciting first-time events. However, keeping in mind our heritage donors and honoring their needs from us as an agency. We believe in arts accessibility and that art for some can translate to art for all. I look forward to working with the new VSO office as we launch our Guitars for Vets program. I'll be getting in contact with her. And we also recently have started working with Arts and Corrections, and they are going to be helping us put together a program for the jail. A 10-week course, I believe it is. I look forward to your decision regarding the arts in Tuolumne County. You are the stewards of our future. And at this time, I am pleased to introduce Ann Bowen Crawford. She's the Executive Director from the California Arts Council. Excuse me, grabbing my stuff.
Good morning. It's kind of ironic that I drove in from SAC and it's still smokier in the valley than it is here. Thank you for that. A little fresh air is good. I've driven through 3 active fire lines in the past 2 weeks because I'm touring 54 counties in the past 2 months. And I'm almost done. It's with respect and great appreciation that I'm here to offer the state's support for the Tuolumne County Arts Alliance. I'm Ann Bowen Crawford. I'm the Executive Director of the Arts Council for the state. As you know, TCA is a designated state local partner for the California Arts Council and receives state funding from us for its work here in Tuolumne County with a current grant of $34,850. Each of our 52 state local partners are vital to CAC's work in service to California through the arts, culture, and creativity. Our state local partners, as local arts agencies, are officially designated by each of the county's Board of Supes. And yes, I did say 52. I know there's 58 counties in the state. I'm working on it. These agencies can provide financial support, services, and other programs to an array of arts organizations, artists, and the diverse communities of California's counties. The vision and commitment and the preservation of the arts and cultural life through the TAC is commendable. We're proud to bolster the support provided by this board. The important work done by our state local partners in rural communities is of particular interest to us, as it is to the legislature, the governor's office, and the National Endowment of the Arts. It's of particular interest to me personally. I've spent the past 4 decades in Humboldt County working there. And yeah, I'm a dark horse. I went directly from Humboldt County to Sacramento to work in the Capitol. I'm kind of proud of that. We consider that counties with major metropolitan cities usually have access to greater corporate and municipal resources, not so much in rural communities. It takes a mixture, though, of both public and private funds to support the arts. Although many private philanthropies and companies contribute to cultural activities in some communities, a solely private support model would leave too many Californians behind. While the arts in all communities improve the quality of life for residents, attract visitors and investment, and grow sustainable small businesses in rural areas, they also address the unique challenges that exist here, such as geographic isolation, infrastructure limitations, population flight, and shadow communities. I've experienced this firsthand, as I said, by being in what we call the true north of the state. SAC often thinks of itself as Northern California, and I'm like, well, when I get done driving 6.5 hours to the north part of the state, we'll have a discussion. Leading public sector organizations, including the U.S. Conference of Mayors, have identified the arts as being part of a strong policy portfolio. Business leaders, economists, developers, tourism officials, and community planners have joined with parents, educators, and civic leaders to promote public policies that strengthen the arts. They do so because they recognize the benefits that accrue to communities when government helps to foster a robust arts sector. Lawmakers recognize other value-added advantages to making arts a part of public policy. Some of the advantages are incorporating the arts improves the impact of other government policies and services. Numerous communities have incorporated the arts into economic revitalization, education, literacy, workforce development, tourism, community sustainability, social service, and veteran care plans. The arts are a dynamic contributor to the small business sector, to entrepreneurs. The creative industries are composed of many talented workers who are self-employed freelancers and other businesses termed micro-enterprises. Many nonprofit arts organizations, too, are small businesses and play an important role in training creative workers, incubating artistic enterprises. And it's not always just the usual suspects. Often having creative minds, such as artists at the table, is what generates new partnerships, new collaborations, even if it isn't obvious that they're art-related partnerships. The arts make communities vibrant, welcoming, and desirable. Cultural places and events are magnetic. They attract not only artists, but also families, travelers, and businesses. Creative placemaking, the gravitational effect of culture on neighborhoods, positively impacts local communities, economies, and the quality of life here. It creates jobs and stimulates commercial traffic, all of which leverage neighborhood revitalization, attract diverse populations, and strengthen communities. Capitalizing on these effects requires strong public sector support. The arts are a hallmark of innovation. We realize this especially in this great state of California. The arts are part of a community's creative capacity, spurring innovation and generating unique products and services. When I came to Sonora in June with our Council Vice Chair, Larry Bassa, we had the opportunity to visit the farmers market, take in a professional production of the Sierra Repertory Theater. I sang along a little bit. I hope no one heard. Visit the Tuolumne County History Museum and attend a family-friendly celebration of the 40th birthday of Tuolumne County Arts, which included an exhibition of the art of Charles Surendorf. We're pleased to see beautiful mosaic murals on 2 different schools, which were funded by the CAC and the citizens of Sonora. It's evident that the TCA plays an essential role in the health and vitality of the county, offering summer camps for youth to leading economic development through First Friday nights. We're very favorably impressed by experiencing in person the role of this council and the enthusiasm and the pride of all those involved and engaged in the cultural life of Tuolumne County. The arts are essential. They are more than a nice-to-have frill, especially in rural environments. In order to preserve and grow the strength of our communities, the arts should exist. They exist in arts and healing. They exist in mental health care. They exist in programming for veterans. They exist in schools. They exist strongly in the juvenile justice system in this state with CDCR and preserving cultural heritage. We strongly encourage your continued support of the Arts Council and its important work in serving the residents of your county by fostering community and contributing to economic growth. We look forward to partnering with the Tuolumne Board of Supervisors in funding the Tuolumne County Arts. Finally, I have to tell you, I'm so impressed with Lisette. I really want to acknowledge her leadership. She's a young gun and a firecracker. When we came, when was it, about a month ago? 2 months ago. Okay, time flies when you're on the road. She had a reception for Larry and I apologize if I met you there, and I'm not recalling, but I know I met people in the audience here. But what I was impressed with, hi, Randy, nice to see you again.
I'm not memorable.
Now that's probably not true. I was so impressed with the cadre of people that came there to meet me. Just came to be together in that room. They were people from the business community, political community, arts education, smaller arts organizations, public radio, public TV. All there in that room was pretty much the metaphor of what the arts mean to this community. It's everybody together cooking up cool stuff. And this young woman was responsible for that. So that you've got someone here that wants to really get momentum and keep going and keep contributing to this community so it's a thriving place. And I hope that you see your way to continuing your support to her direction. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I believe you all have my card. If you want to continue this discussion at any point in time, give me a call, email me, come to SAC and visit me. I've got a great view from my office. We'll sit and we'll talk about it. And behind me is a painting by Forrest Stearns, Diane Stearns' son. It's about 12 feet long, and it's a beautiful bend in one of the rivers up here. And that's what I rock in my office, is Sonora.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else wish to speak?
Well, that was a very effective presentation. I don't know how I can follow that, but as a taxpayer and resident of Tuolumne County, I once again will say no to any free handouts. And while the arts is important here, and that's great, but there are other funding sources, and there are other people in support of that is not a necessary county function. And ATCA got money from the CDBG grant, and I will applaud you for decreasing the amount you wanted from $26,000 to $21,000. So last year in September, you approved an additional $60,000 in one-time funds, is my understanding. That I'm not sure paid off all that well, but in the meantime, 3 people lost their job. And now we still have 1 person losing their job, and we're asking to pay an additional $56,000 in either one-time but probably recurring funds. And I would like to see more fundraising on behalf of these organizations rather than coming and asking for a free handout. We have other organizations in our community that when they need money, they go out and do some vigorous fundraising. And so if we're going to spend an additional $56,000, I think we should return someone's job to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. My name is Amy Falcon. I am a part of Sierra Nonprofit Services, a local nonprofit organization that incubates and trains our local community groups. I have some very exciting news to share, and I'm just going to read it real fast. So the California Association of Nonprofits is advocating for local groups, our local leaders, to please call in to our representatives on behalf of AB 2252, Assembly Bill 2252, because it will help our local nonprofits get better access to straight grant funding. And in Tuolumne County, we have a real hard time getting seen by Sacramento and getting seen by Washington. This is a way for us to get a voice here. So very quickly, I want to read this little bit to you and then I'm done. Assembly AB 2252 to create a searchable database of state grants from all state agencies on a single portable accessible to the public, on a single portal accessible to the public. The bill also would enable nonprofits to submit state funding applications electronically. AB 2252 is sponsored by Cal Nonprofits and authored by Assemblyman Monique Limon, who is also chair of the Assembly Select Committee on the Nonprofit Sector. So this is a real great opportunity. And folks, if you're with a nonprofit, Raj, Lizette, all of you, contact our local leaders. Let's raise our voices and get AB 2252 passed. It's close. We can get it. It'll help get the voice.
Excuse me. I'll take care of Carl. We have to stick to the agenda. It wasn't one agenda.
Good morning. I'm Claudia Puccinelli. I am on the Tuolumne County Arts Board. I'm here a little bit to talk to Carol. I understand your concerns, and we are fundraising. We have 2 fundraising events coming up. We have the Handmade Parade coming up, which isn't fundraising, but we do a lot for our community. And if we have events, people come. So that is bringing money into our community. We do have an office. We do have an executive director. We have staff. We do have, I can't think of the name of that, but that is, what all businesses have to pay. They have rent, those expenses. We have a fundraiser coming up November 17th. We have decided that every year we're going to choose a different artist, and we are going to use that as a theme. And this year we're going to do Andy Warhol and the pop art scene, and we're doing it at Black Oak Casino, who also is giving us money. They have granted us $2,500, so we are actively looking for money. We have a huge fundraising campaign. We just met yesterday. Our fundraising committee just met again. We are looking at sponsors for the community. We are gung-ho. We are working for our community. We have a gallery, Ventana, that's closing. We want to step up. We want to rent a building downtown. We are meeting with the architect and the owner of that downtown large space that's been vacant for 10 years, maybe more, I don't know. We want to move into that space, and we need the support so that we can be a vibrant member of this community. Thank you.
Thank you.
One thing that I failed to mention in the list of programs that we offer, we also do free tax preparation in both of our counties. And in Tuolumne County this year on federal taxes and state taxes, we brought back into Tuolumne County $393,000. So that's significant in the dollars. And these are largely low-income people. And when low-income people get more money in their pockets, typically it has to go out and be spent in the community for staples and other basic needs.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Mr. Pedro?
So, Mr. Chairman, again, this is just very high level today. We're not necessarily looking for, final direction from your board. Wanted to give you a sense of where we're at. You got a feel for the one-time things that have affected us. You're some ongoing revenues that are not coming in. We're going to have to figure that out between now and the budget hearing. But if you did have some ideas and things you'd want us to be looking at between now and the hearing, it'd be good to hear.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, I want to put an exclamation point on the legal assistant and county counsel. Okay, that's $55,000. I will not vote for any budget that has any money going to outside agencies. Certainly not $56,000. That doesn't include $55,000 for that county council staff person.
Okay.
They are working at an unsupportable level of workload, unsupportable over the long term right now. That's not going to decrease. Their efforts support the entire staff as well as the Board of Supervisors, but most importantly, the entire staff. If they reduce their workload, which they will have to do because they can't sustain what they're doing right now, it's bordering on I'm not going to use the word. But that will affect timelines and response and quality of our response to our constituents. So I just want to put an exclamation point on that. I'm okay with the external agency request, but not at the expense of that additional staff member. We really need to have that person in there. And I know there's other departments that also have high stress levels and everything, and we'll work on that as well. But this one really needs immediate attention.
Jerry, did you?
Yeah. Mine is a cautionary note, and I don't know when we will have the data on TOT and sales tax that will support this number. I have some real concerns about it. You know, when we're 75% public lands, we all know what that means for both our revenue generating capacity, because we don't have a private land tax base that most counties draw from. I'm concerned. I've been talking to folks on the 108 corridor that told me that they saw an immediate decline in both TOT and sales tax with the Ferguson fire. Different highway corridor, but people didn't want to come and recreate and sit and smoke in the Pine Mountain Lake Basin. And so, again, I'm going to be reserving a lot of my decision-making until we have some very clear numbers. But I'm just going to say to my fellow supervisors a very cautionary note, because I am concerned. And I think we are going to see a heavier hit, especially with the heavier and earlier with that 108 corridor.
Supervisor Hanfield.
Well, first of all, I agree with both of my colleagues so far. The legal issue is a big issue. I think that's holding up things all over the county, and I want that as well. It's just important that we be able to move forward. There's a lot of issues that we aren't even taking to our legal staff because there's no peaking power there. So that's important. I want to talk a little about the uncertainty we face right now. We've had 2 fires that have impacted us really badly. And the date today, unless I'm wrong, is August 21. And rim fires started on August 17th, 5 years ago. We aren't even close to through with this fire season. And the risks and the variability in costs and that costs and revenue that we're facing is just too unclear for me. We're only talking 2 weeks. I'd like to reserve any further comments till then and get a better look at what those uncertainties might be. But we've faced some risk. We haven't pulled in all our costs. I know that the Road Division, Public Works has experienced additional costs due to, and I don't know how much of that they can absorb due to the fires. I know the sheriff has, and I don't know how much of that he can absorb and how much we have to supplement that in his budget. County Fire did a lot of things, and I don't even know what that, they did extraordinary things that we wouldn't normally have done, but that's costs, and then the lost revenue. So uncertainty is a big deal for us right now. So hopefully some of those costs will come clearer, and we'll be 2 weeks further into this season. Hopefully no more fires and for us. But there's risk, and I think we need to have an assessment of what that risk is. So I'm going to withhold any further comment.
Okay, just 2 quick comments. One, I think the board understands there's a link between the arts and economic development. I mean, we know that they fit. And as far as ACT is concerned, I look at contributions to ACT as down the line probably a cost savings because it could reduce costs in public assistance for the things you do, teach people how to do things better. So I think we understand that. It's just we're in a real difficult time, and when we get the final numbers, I'm sure we'll be able to make a final decision. Any other comments from the board? Okay.
Similar to John's comment, I guess, but the dollars we're talking about, when we're talking about general fund dollars and there's discretionary funding, there's very, very limited funding and lots of priorities, and it's extremely difficult to sit up here and make those decisions. And I have to say, with the arts, I totally understand the argument about the economic benefit of it, but I haven't seen that over the period of multiple years where our board has made contributions. I believe in it, but I haven't seen it be effective, and I haven't seen, and we operate with the same logic that would support the Arts Council as we do with the Visitors Bureau. or Economic Development Authority or any group or partner that is going to create a benefit in a cumulative way that is challenging to quantify sometimes. And if you look at the trends of the TOT, I would attribute a large portion of that to the success of the Visitors Bureau. And like I'm saying, there is a way to justify those things, but I haven't seen it be effective. And there's several things that I could attribute to that. One is maybe you haven't had the resources to really get up to that level to where you can operate. But on another note, and no, please don't take offense to this, but by nature, artists are not business people. They're not analytical. Lizette, maybe you're a, right brain, left brain person and can do that, but it takes a whole team of people as well. And just, if we're all being honest here, I don't think that the business plan and the outcome of what the potential is has really been capitalized on to the degree that I'd like to see it to, if I'm going to contribute money to that. And I don't think it's something for the short term. I think long term, and I know Mr. Pedro has tried to do this in the past, trying to partner with different people and try to initiate a more active approach to where the efforts of the Arts Council are actually more driven by a mission to benefit the public, and if we're going to contribute funds, to actually contribute back to the public treasury and the county's budget. So really, what I'm saying, I don't think at this point, budgetarily and with all the priorities and the challenges we have, I don't think we have extra money to give away, and I don't want that to undermine the goals and the efforts of what you're trying to do. I think out of this meeting in the future, there needs to be more discussion and more active planning, and maybe partnering between the Arts Council and groups like the Visitors Bureau, groups like Economic Development Authority, and try to marry your missions together, because I think they coincide. But I think there needs to be planning and background work before we're at a point where we can contribute more. That's how I see it.
Sure, you can come up and comment.
Evan, thank you for that. I respect and completely agree and appreciate what you're saying. Part of what's in that plan, though, is that we are stepping more towards a sustainable mode of fundraising and, as mentioned by Claudia, sponsorship. So that way, within a year or so, hopefully within the year, we can really step away from the model of coming to the county to ask for monies. It is really my goal to step into a more sustainable community-funded base. But what you're referencing from the past few years, unfortunately, I can't take responsibility for that. I'm only responsible for what I've been doing since I got here in January. And if you look at the events over the course of the calendar year, we have spent money, but we have immediately replaced money because we've been doing consistent fundraisers almost every month. And I have a staff of literally 3 people. So those 3 people and a huge base of volunteers who believe in what we're doing are helping me to put that together. So I do understand where you're coming from, and I guess what I'm getting at is that as an act of goodwill and good faith, at least get us through this year so we can continue to build on your request.
I'll just comment. I do, as Ann does, I do believe in you. You are a force of nature, and my earlier comments have no reflection on your abilities, or most people probably don't know it. I do support the arts. I'm not going to tell you how much, but I do heavily support the arts in this county. It's just we have some tough priorities.
Of course. And to that end, I recognize that the arts are sort of a luxury, but it also is what brings people together in times of need, and it's what carries us through. My goal as we come forward is to make it less about art patronage and more about accessibility. I am more of a business person as opposed to an artist. I can't draw to save my life. But my business, or my art is business. That is my art. That's what I believe in, saving the arts. I'll leave the art to the artists. but I'll lead them as best I can. So thank you so much for hearing us today, and whatever comes out, we really appreciate that you considered this.
Thank you.
I'd like just to add a comment. Lizette is, I don't know if I'd call her a force of nature, but she's certainly a driving force, and she is changing the world. And arts speak to the world like nothing else does, because they speak to your heart and soul. You are important, and I should have said that before. So you being the arts community, you are too. But
Agreed.
Okay, so do you have enough to move forward? Okay, with that, we'll close this agenda item and take a 10-minute break. Does that work for everyone? Or would you like 15?
Sure. Make it an hour. We'll never get out of here.
No. All right, call the meeting back to order. Clerk, please read our next item, 16.
This is consideration of approving the responses of the 2017-18 grand jury report.
Mr. Pedro?
Hey, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, in the staff memo on this item, it points out all the different areas that the grand jury looked into this past year. And in the middle of the first page, it notes the four that focused on some aspect of county government. First was the Tuolumne County Jail, and the grand jury did not ask you to comment on that, but did ask the sheriff, and his comments are provided. They also wanted some comments back from our chief probation officer with respect to the Mudload Regional Juvenile Detention Center. Linda's response is also included in the report, and I took it upon myself just for your information and included two reports related to the Juvenile Center. One was done by the new Tuolumne County Juvenile Justice Commission, and the second one was from the Board of State and Community Corrections, both of which in their respective areas were very complimentary of the Juvenile Center. So those are there, just more for your information. No comments are requested or required of the board. So the real focus and your comments are in the areas of Tuolumne County's deteriorating roads, and then the Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. With respect to the road system and the funding to support that, actually I want to thank Mr. Gonzalez and his staff who did most of the heavy work on the responses, but it wasn't too heavy because if you look at the findings and the responses from staff for your consideration, we're pretty much agreeing or partially agreeing with everything that's there, that there's inadequate funding. And it's a challenge to adequately, properly, fairly distribute the funds that we do have towards a road system that is in need of a lot of love and care and funding. With respect to the recommendations, I'll go ahead and read those and the response. First recommendation is Tuolumne County continues to maintain priority for state and federal maintenance and maintenance funding, including SB1, on minor arterials and major collector roads, and extend where possible to minor collector roads. The recommended response, this recommendation has been implemented and will continue in the future. The board adopted 2016 pavement management preventative maintenance methodology matrix, implemented direction to staff consistent with this recommendation. Staff will continue to present the condition of roads to the board by means of the State of the Roads report and allow the board to make necessary changes based on available funding and goals of the board. The recommendation number 2 from the grand jury was Tuolumne County and the City of Sonora to conduct a public discussion regarding a sales tax increment for minor collector and local roads, following the successful approach offered by the Self-Help Counties Coalition, the existing 24 county sales tax programs throughout the state of California. The recommended response, this recommendation has not yet been implemented but will in the future. County staff continues to follow our neighboring agencies and watch the success within rural regions of the Self-Help Counties Coalition. The board and county staff will seek additional steps to engage public discussion for additional local measures to improve roadway infrastructure. And these are consistent, that recommendation is consistent with what the City Council adopted last night. And I'm sure there could be a collaboration along the lines of what, what the grand jury requested. So those are your recommended responses to the findings and the recommendations. Do you have any questions or suggestions?
Any questions from the board?
Just a comment. On road funding, it's more than SB1. And there's a lot more to it. There's the highway user tax, there's the SRS money and that comes in and has been declining every year. All that goes to road funds. And that's why it's important that we continue to support NACO and RCRC and going after a permanent solution to SRS. We got 2 years the last time. Whether we'll get another year or not, it's a new fight every year. And so I think we just need to remind ourselves that this is at least in this world that we've been in, this is a journey. It's not a destination. We're not there. And we got a lot of work to do that. I don't think the public understands that. I don't think the grand jury understands that. And it's an important piece of the game. Roads are underfunded, even if SB1 is supported and maintained. It just is not going to be enough. And I think it did say that in there one place.
Yeah, in the first
but
finding.
I wanted to say it here publicly.
Right.
There's a lot of work to do on roads. It's a continuous problem, and it's been underfunded for a long time.
Right. I'll just reinforce it because it's in the grand jury's first finding is funding for road maintenance, including the new SB1 funds, remains inadequate to reverse the deterioration of city county road system, et cetera. So I think they got the big picture of that.
But it's more than SB1.
Correct.
And I just want to concur, because that was the note that I had made also, is when we look at, again, it gets back to recreationists and people coming to the county, and if they buy their tank of gas down in the valley and just come up to go to Pinecrest, they are traveling the majority of the way, well, we have the state highway, but there's county road maintenance involved, and we don't get those dollars, and when we don't see those funds come back to us through secure rural schools, we know that mechanism is broke, and I just wanted to be certain that the grand jury understood that mechanism is broke.
One more comment, and that is that in a rural county with 54,000 people, round number, we have more roads per capita than the urban counties have. And so the problem is bigger here, and that exacerbates the issue that Supervisor Brennan just mentioned.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
There's also still an outstanding issue, and there's a heck of a lot of gas tax that's being collected, pre-SB1 gas tax that's being collected, that was diverted, I think very wrongly, from transportation funds to deal with other issues that Sacramento chose not to solve in other ways. That money needs to go back. And if that money went back into roads statewide, not just Tuolumne County, but the state and almost every other local jurisdiction would be a heck of a lot better off. We tried to get that as part of the solution in the discussions with on SB1 and failed. The legislature just is intransigent on that. They like that money going not where it was originally supposed to go, but where they chose to spend it, and that needs to be undone.
Okay, any other comments?
I had one other comment, and that was just, and again, it was just frustration, because I believe it was 2 years ago, this county went to great length to be sending out letters that were very informative to the state legislature that really encapsulated the problems that we have with road funding and all of these different diversion elements and what the conditions were. And I just made a note that I just wish there had been an opportunity for the grand jury to have looked at some of that communication, so there would have been a little more informed understanding of the complexity of the road issue in Tuolumne County.
Okay. Any other comments? Public comment?
Well, I want to thank you for your comments, because I didn't think the grand jury really understands how their government works. So I was pretty disappointed with that. And then political party to which you all belong is down the street advocating for the repeal of SB1 and the gas tax. So that's very important to us. And I think we need to be doing more out in the communities to inform them about we need that money up here and how important it is to get money, because I'm not sure that people were going to vote for a tax. Stanislaus County did their own tax, and I think they still haven't even spent any of the money. So that's a little frustrating for them. So I think there is work to be done on how much money it costs to take care of our roads and what we need to do about it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Action?
If you'd like to take these one at a time, you could.
Okay. Is it necessary, or I'll leave it up to the board. Do you want to take them one at a time? That be, or as a package?
You want us to take them one at a time?
Go for it.
Since the boss, well, he's still a boss.
Okay.
I'll move in favor of the responses.
All right.
On roads.
I have a motion, and who was the second? Supervisor Brennan. Any public comment on that particular?
Only that if you want to know how to spell boss in my house, it's R-U-T-H.
Okay.
I'll let you live in your world of fantasy.
Okay, so have a motion by Supervisor Hanvelt, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Question for County Council. Do I have to take, I have already asked for public comment. Do I have to take public comment on each one of these now? Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. All right. Okay. Wasn't picking on you. Go ahead, Mr. Pedro.
All right. Moving on. The other area is in the it's Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority. I note in here that as far as commenting on the grand jury findings, that the board is choosing not to comment on those, since not all have participated and have the intimate knowledge to be required to respond in those areas. Your board may want us to go back and indeed respond to each, but that was my sense of where we should be. But as far as the sole recommendation that was before your board to comment on, respond to, it has a county audit. The recommendation is the county auditor retain an independent firm to perform a management audit of the TCEDA operating policies and practices. The Board of Supervisors and City Council of Sonora fund the auditor controller in retaining an independent firm. And it goes on and lists areas A through G. If you want me to, I can read those, or just I'll skip that. I think Debbie may want to comment separately on hers, because she did provide a comment letter to this package. But the recommended response is this. This recommendation has not yet been implemented, but will be as outlined below. The Board of Supervisors will immediately request the TCEDA Board to take the necessary budgetary actions to fund the management audit. Based on numbers provided by the Auditor Controller, $26,250 should be set aside for this purpose. And this management audit should cover all of the points requested by the grand jury, with the exception of those related to TCEDA interactions and disclosures with private business. On behalf of the TCEDA, County Council is already addressing this matter. And while there definitely are policy aspects to that question, there's also very real legal aspects to that question that Council is in the best position to respond to. That's why that particular comment about the exception is made or suggested. In addition, the Board of Supervisors will also immediately request the TCEDA Board to take the necessary budget actions to fund a full financial audit of the TCEDA. Based on the numbers provided by the Auditor Controller, $15,000 should be set aside for this purpose. And there's a couple reasons for that. One was a nod to in the grand jury's general commentary, they were suggesting that we look at a JPA certification process. There's cost and time that's involved with that, hard cost and time. But one of the components is doing an full annual financial audit. Also, when the TCEDA met to talk about this topic, there had been comments about, had we done a full audit, and Debbie can speak to that versus what, she has done on behalf of the TCEDA. And it just seems like a right thing to do. It's been almost 10 years to make sure that we do a full financial audit. And that's also in the vein of transparency and just shed light on this because there's such concern about it. And secondly is request the California Association of Local Economic Development, CalEd, to poll its membership to identify best practices in the area of setting goals, establishing related performance measures, and reporting. CalEd is already committed to performing the service at no cost except for any travel, and that's lodging and/or food costs that may be incurred to come to Tuolumne County to present and/or assist the TCEDA with implementation of same. The TCEDA should likewise budget $2,000 for this purpose. CalEd has also offered help gather information that could assist the audit firm in complying with the grand jury's work point A outlined above that dealt with having proper checks and balances with respect to pre-approval, post-approval of travel and entertainment. That's just something they're saying they could help with that if folks would like. And it is the board's desire that, one, the auditor-controller coordinate completion of both the management audit and the financial audit, independently elected, and could oversee that. Two, all of this work will be completed expeditiously. If the work cannot be completed before the end of calendar 2018, it should be completed as early in 2019 as possible. This response is intended to address all the points raised by the grand jury and more, such as the requesting the financial audit, to demonstrate the board's commitment to transparency in the conduct of governmental affairs. I just want to comment to go to the City Council meeting last night. What they're recommending is very similar in the performance audit or management audit and in the financial audit. One noted difference in the financial audit, they were talking about 2 years, rather than, the 1 year that was contemplated, here. There'd be additional cost, of course, if you did, 2 years versus one. Debbie might be able to speculate as to what that would be. That's just one of the points, and we did have the exception on the disclosure, matter, or having just relying on council's evaluation versus turning that over to the firm that would do the management audit. And, we're still, this would call for recommending CalEd, does come in and just collects what that is, simply collects from their members, that's 800 strong, what some of their practices are in these various areas, and that base information would be available to all of the policy boards, to the public. They would glean through that to look for commonalities in those practices and provide that along with some of their commentary. That just seems like a good investment. They're willing to do it, really at no cost. And part of that is, part of the reason for doing that is they're interested in turning this work into a primer that can be used by other economic development authorities throughout the state. So why would they do it? For us, they thought it'd be a good thing to do. In this process, they'd have that information. They could turn that into a useful document for other economic development organizations in the state. So I think those are the main points, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any public comment? Bring it back to the board. Motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie. I'm sorry, Debbie. I overlooked you.
Because I'm so darn tall, John.
Right. We have something in common.
My name's Debbie Batista. I'm the county clerk and auditor controller, and I'm also the auditor controller for the Economic Development Authority. I'd like to clarify a couple things. Again, we're talking about two different kinds of audits, and one's a financial audit and one's a management audit. And maybe this will suffice for the city, but one of the reasons why the financial audit is so expensive, $15,000, is not only do the auditors audit the ending balances, which would be June 30th of 18, but they also have to audit their beginning balances because they need to make sure that that activity during that year is just for that year. So whether or not that'll suffice for the city for 2 years audit, I don't know. Then after that, any financial audit, and if this is the way we want to go, would run into the neighborhood of $8,000 to $10,000 a year. The management audit, and at least in my copy, Craig did not include the actual scope that the outside auditor sent. that was included in my letter to the city and to the judge. You might want to look at that. And they do address A through G. The timing of it, I told the gentleman if this is the way the EDA board is going to go, that I would get back to him sometime in the next week or so. If we're going to do the financial audit, we can talk to Scott on Thursday when he's here, and they can start that. The financial audit, I have no qualms that it'll be done before December. The management audit, until I speak to the gentleman, because the firm is out of LA, how long that's going to take. My answers, what you read to the board, was that this is not implemented yet because I would have to have direction from the EDA board in order to contract with, either do an RFP, or if we're going to sole source with MGO, because that's who the county uses now, and they're already downstairs and they're ready to go, to contract with them. Any questions?
Questions? Mr. Pedro?
Just one point, and Debbie hit on it, in the way that these comments are made, that this board is requesting the TCEDA to do all these things. So it really does fall back to the EDA, and perhaps those differences between, which aren't big, but between the city and the county's position on it, that'll be worked out with the TCEDA board.
Okay. Any other questions?
Supervisor Gray,
Yes.
I had a few comments, if the board would allow, in regards to questions about our office's response.
Okay.
So it seems like there's confusion about why we cited the attorney-client privilege in our response to the grand jury related to potential conflicts of interest. So I'm hoping to clarify that. We were not referencing any actions that would be taken in public, but we were simply trying to inform the 2018-19 grand jury and the public that our advice to our client is governed by the attorney-client privilege. And all attorneys, even those representing public entities, are required by law to maintain the confidences of our client. So we are prohibited from, on our own, disclosing confidential communications or advice to anyone other than our client. Doing so would result in severe penalties to us. There's also been confusion about who our client is. Case law, statutes, attorney general opinions, and the California Rules of Professional Conduct all mandate that when an attorney is representing an organization or an entity, the entity is the client. And an entity acts through its highest ranking officer depending on the action taken. So sometimes it's through a governing board, sometimes it's through an individual. For instance, with a public entity, it can act through a board or council, it can act through the CAO, the city manager, the executive director, etc. So the law commands that as attorneys for a public entity, we owe our professional responsibility and ethical duty to the entity as the client, not to an official member or not to a community member. So again, the entity is the client. So our response was really just a statement of what the law requires of us, and we were just merely attempting to make sure it was known that that's the law that governs our responsibility, and we take that very, very seriously. So I'm hoping that if there was any misunderstanding, that's been clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment, board?
I have a comment. I think there's another piece to this that's important that we haven't really captured yet. And because for some of these pieces, it's in my 6 months on the board, these have been topics of conversation. And I'm wondering if this is an opportunity, and we've talked about it a number of times, to do one more thing, and that is have a joint meeting of the City Council and the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors that's facilitated, say by, and I can't remember her name, but she was...
Fleury Kiley.
Thank you. But to make sure that both of our boards are, or a majority of the boards are both in line with continuing down the current path, or if I just want to know that there is alignment between the majority of both of those boards before we dive into this management piece. I think I'd like some concurrence on that.
I don't think we have the timing at the time to do that. I think We can do it far down the line, but go ahead.
So are you referencing timing in response to responding to the grand jury?
Yeah.
Okay, so the penal code controls your response, and your response can encompass a number of things. You can actually disagree with all of the report, you can disagree with part of it, you can agree with it, and then you can decide when you would implement it, if at all.
Okay. Ms. Pedro.
Yeah, just, we have till the 25th of September to actually have a response in, whatever that may be.
Right.
But, having the response in doesn't preclude the board from having a joint meeting at any time. And, I guess what I'm hearing is,
So, but that would be something we'd have to agendize in the future.
Right, and if that's something you'd like done, then I can just take that as direction to see if I could work that out through Tim with the city council.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, not that I wouldn't love to have a joint meeting with the city council on not just this, but any number of things. And we talked about that at our retreat. In this specific instance, my question is sort of to what end, if it's going to be a single issue thing, because it's the EDA's board's responsibility to implement these things, okay? As I read them, and I might have missed something, I could be wrong, but as I read them, we're requesting the EDA board to take certain actions. If we're requesting them to do different things than the city council is requesting them to do, that's for their board to sort out which things they're going to take and run with, in my view. If the purpose of this is what's the long-term vision for EDA between the city and the county, then I support the joint meeting. I'd like to have a couple of agenda items on that meeting besides just EDA, perhaps. But that's not as time sensitive, I don't think.
So I appreciate the time-sensitive aspect, and that's definitely a consideration. But it does get at what is our long-term vision, which I think to a large degree drives some management decisions. And we have a city council that's, I'm not sure who's on it, that was part of the original body that, signed on to the current makeup.
I see this as two different issues.
Okay.
I don't see it.
Then can we agendize this for a future, I'd like to see us have this conversation in the near term on another agenda.
Okay.
Okay. Any public comment? I think I already asked for that. I'm going to bring it back to the board.
I'm fine with the recommended responses, and to the extent that I think some of the other responses were directed directly to them, but to the ones that are directed to the board and for our responses, I move on approving the responses.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Hanvelt. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? None. Passes 5-0. Okay, that's the last one, right? All right. So thank you, and we're going to have our 11 o'clock appointment. As Randy would say, it's 11 o'clock in Tuolumne County.
Okay. So this is a presentation on and consideration of approving directions to staff on the release of the 2018 draft Tuolumne County General Plan.
We'll give you a few minutes to get started. Yeah,
Well, while Quincy's getting set up there, I want to take a moment. I think I'm going to stand, actually. This is a bigger issue than just for us. My name is David Gonzalez, for the community's knowledge. I am the Community Resource Agency Director that the board has very graciously appointed me to. And we are about to present something to the board that has been a goal of not just you as Board of Supervisors, but myself and Quincy for since the day I was hired in January of last year. As some may know, this is a huge task, whether you had a document to start with or not. And it's a lot of pitfalls and things you can make wrong moves. And I am extremely proud to be here today as the person that was in charge of this. However, it is not me that did this work alone. And I want to recognize some people. And I'm going to take a minute because I can. Quincy Yaley, the assistant director here, has tirelessly worked on this for the day I hired her. I told her this is why, as well as a Walmart greeter, this is one of the reasons why I asked her to come work with me. That is not the sole reason. Quincy, you've done an outstanding job. I want to say thank you in front of everybody publicly for the nights you gave up, the weekends, the long phone calls you and I have had, and their tireless effort to make sure this document is as perfect as it possibly can. And it is something that I'm very, very proud of to be standing here with you. And I wanted to say thank you in public in front of everybody. And for the board knows how much this means to both of us. Carlin, please stand. You have another very, very special person here. This thing needs to be fixed. Carlin, thank you. You've given up your nights, your weekends, your family time to make sure that we work together as a team, which we promised each other when I was hired. And this document would not be sitting here, nor the other parts that are coming out, without you and all your efforts and your input, telling me things I didn't want to hear, and that's your job, telling us how we can do something, not how we couldn't, to do the right thing for the right reasons. And I know your family and your kids and everybody, it took time away from them, and we did not envision the amount of time, but I've enjoyed it thoroughly. And I thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your work, your dedication, and your relentless pursuit of getting this done properly for this board and also, more importantly, for our community. This is a big day, and I just wanted to take a chance at time to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for all the work. So we're not done because I'm going to take a little more time.
And yesterday was your birthday, by the way.
Yes, if you walk on the fourth floor up here, you will see whose birthday it is.
I was wondering if should we not complete the embarrassment?
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Carlin. Happy birthday to you. And that's why we love you.
You better have a cupcake for her.
We'll do something more when we're done with this, after hours.
I know that's her favorite.
Sarah, thank you. I have disrupted your entire office. I know this. I haven't said it publicly, but without you and your guidance to help give us what I needed for my department, selfishly to get something done for the board and the community, that wouldn't have happened. I know it impacted a million things, but you had other priorities. I haven't had time to say it publicly, but thank you. We wouldn't have done it without you guys. And if you haven't caught a theme here, it's we, and it is not my department. It's this entire county that's stepped up. Craig's office has been impacted. Every department, really, the fire department, Gary Stockel in the agricultural department, the air pollution under his leadership. The animal control responded for us. Ann's group read through it. The CAO's office, Liz, I believe Daniel was involved in some of this from the Parks and Recreation. I could go on and on and on and on. It is a team effort that everybody, just like at this county, always says we always come together to do something. So With that, looks like Quincy's about done. I think I've thoroughly spent my time up here. I just wanted to say thank you for the confidence in us. I'm very proud what Quincy's about to produce here and show you, and ask for you guys to consider to release this to the public. So with that, I'm going to be quiet and sit down for Quincy.
Thank you.
Good morning, Quincy Yaley, Assistant Director of Development at the Community Resources Agency. There's one other individual in the audience that I want to thank that I don't think many of you have met before. His name is Bill King, and he was a gift to me from David. He was worked for David down in Merced, and he retired. And David convinced Bill to come out of retirement and out of the mountains to help me. And I could never have done this without his sage advice and his calm guidance in moments of chaos. So I really want to thank Bill for coming here today. He should be sitting up here with us. He helped me put this document together. So big thanks to Bill.
We need to see who Bill is.
He's our secret weapon.
I did almost break his arm to come help. I had to thoroughly convince somebody to come out of retirement. And Bill and I had known each other for, I don't know, more than 10 years. Quincy's thoughtful description of Bill is an understatement. Bill is a very, very talented writer, but is also his calm approach helped me and Quincy and me through other projects in the city of Merced when I was working with him get through some things that you thought you just weren't going to get through. And I always say one thing, I'm going to say something about embarrass you. I always tell Bill, let me have the crazy side of you. What are the craziest ideas you've had to get something done? And then take 3 steps back, and it'll be brilliant. And I'm hoping that you guys agree that that's what we're going to give you today. So, Bill, I apologize. I'm embarrassed. Thank you. And I mean it. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, embarrassing David, I did my job for the day, so we're done.
Good job.
All right, so we'll just get into this here. Today we're presenting the draft general plan, the 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan, and asking for the board to direct us to release this general plan for public comment. I did just want to review a few key parts of the general plan for those either in the audience or who are listening abroad to remind them. The general plan is the constitution for Tuolumne County's future. It tells us goals, policies, and implementation programs of how we should grow, where we should grow, and how decision makers should be basing their choices based on our general plan. It establishes a common vision, and it attempts to balance growth, conservation, and the quality of life. And you'll see that as themes throughout our general plan as presented to you. One of the things we talked about many, many months ago was why is the general plan important to our community? Other people outside of this building who may not necessarily participate in the local government process. The general plan is important because decisions are made based on it. And so the general plan gives policies and guidance on road improvements, on where jobs and services should be located, on where new housing is going to happen, and how we can use and protect the natural resources here in Tuolumne County. The 2018 Tuolumne County General Plan is formatted very differently than previous drafts that have been released to the public. It really truly consists of 4 volumes. The first volume is the goals and policies and implementation programs of the general plan. And this is really meant to be a handbook for decision makers, developers, interested community members, where if you're interested if a program or a project that's being proposed in the county is consistent with the general plan, this is really all you need. We've taken the extra material out of here, placed it in other places in the general plan. So this is less than 100 pages. You could get through it in a few hours. And this is really what you need if you're interested in learning about what decisions are going to be made in the future and what they're going to be based on. The second part of the general plan is what we call the technical background report. This is meant to be a living document that can be used by decision makers here at the county and others, other people outside our agency. It provides all the technical information of the who, the what, the where, and the why of Tuolumne County, where our fire hazards are, where our natural resources are, information on geology and things like that. Our planning staff will be using this when we are doing project evaluations, and our plan is to keep this document updated as new information becomes available. The third part of the general plan is our community identity element, as well as 5 community plans for unique, historic, and new communities here in Tuolumne County. So the Columbia, Jamestown, Tuolumne, East Sonora, and Mountain Springs community plans have been separated out to highlight their importance and put into their own volume. The last volume of the general plan will hopefully be released next week, and that's the draft environmental impact report as required under the California Environmental Quality Act. And we'll be pulling that together and getting that out for public comment next week. So I ask the public to stay tuned on comment dates and release information. I'll get into that a little bit more shortly. The last part of what you have before you today is concurrent effort to update our Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, specifically with respect to agricultural uses and agritourism. And so those are also available for the public to review today. We organized the general plan into general themes. The built environment, the economy, our community, and our natural environment. And so the general plan is organized in various sections that all tie together to bring you the general plan. We have 18 elements in the 2018 general plan. We've reorganized some of the information from previous drafts. And in the versions that are being released today, all of those changes are tracked. So if you're looking for a policy and you can't find it, there will be, or you wonder where it came from, there'll be a note as to where that document came from. And here again is a list of the community plans as well as our community identity element. This is just a screenshot of what the new general plan looks like. This is sort of inside the policy document. Each element has an introduction and lays out a general purpose. There's overarching visions of Tuolumne County that were compiled from words that came here from your board. And so those overarching visions are repeated through each element to emphasize their importance. Then this policy document has goals. You can see policies and implementation programs that follow that are respective of the topics in each element. One of the things I think is very important to point out is the land use map. The proposed land use map is located in Volume 2 of our general plan in the technical background report. But as you can imagine, Tuolumne County does not fit on an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. It is very difficult to convey the existing and proposed land use changes in a hard copy itself. And so on our website, towards the bottom, you can see it says Proposed General Plan Update. And we keep this as an active layer on the county website where people can go in and digitally look at land uses, zoom around the county to get information on what is proposed and what is staying and things like that. So I would encourage members of the public to either use our website or to contact our planning staff, and we can make you a custom map. We've done that for a number of residents who have questions about certain areas of the county. We can quickly produce a map for you and get it out to you so you can read and understand what is physically happening in the land use map. I'd need a very large map in order to accurately show you what's happening here in Tuolumne County. I just also wanted to touch back on how the general plan and the environmental review process work together. The general plan, all of its documents have undergone a process through an environmental impact report as required under the California Environmental Quality Act. This EIR evaluates the anticipated growth, and it's a program level document. It doesn't get into parcel specific impacts. We will be releasing the environmental impact report hopefully next week, and that will begin an official 45-day comment period on all of the documents. Those dates will be specified when we release the EIR, and we're hoping to bring the final general plan and the final EIR back to your board and the Planning Commission in November and December of 2018. This is some information on where documents are available to be viewed. You can view them online if you go to a Tuolumne County homepage and hover over and click to the planning page. At the very top is the general plan update tab, and the documents are loaded there. We have CDs available at the 4th floor counter in the A&F building at 48 Yaney. We also have a hard copy there for people who are interested in viewing it. We'll be putting copies at the main library in Sonora. And if you're interested in having a hard copy, I do have some extras here today. But beyond that, we will be charging a nominal fee for the copying and the reproduction costs. And you can either call me or you can just email me and say, I'd like a set of hard copies, and we can make sure that you're taken care of. This is a screenshot of the general plan update webpage, and you can see right at the top we've uploaded the 2018 draft documents with the exception of the EIR, and the EIR will be loaded here next week once it's complete. We've talked a little bit about this in past meetings, but Tuolumne County, our staff is happy to take the public's input and comments on the general plan. Several ways they can do that: via phone, email, letter, carrier pigeon. Any of those things will work, and just get us those comments, and we will be looking at them, analyzing them, determining if we need to make any changes to the document, and incorporating those into the final EIR. Couple of helpful reminders. We had a presentation one time about helpful ways to comment on the general plan, and I'll just reiterate that my favorite comment that I read from the 2015 draft was, I can read an EKG, but I can't read this EIR. That doesn't really give me enough direction to help you understand what your questions are. So any specifics, either in programs, policies, or goals, questions you have, if we've missed some information in the EIR or there's questions about the adequacy of that information, those are the types of comments that are helpful to our staff to make sure that we address those in the final EIR. The next steps that we're going to be taking, in addition to releasing the EIR, is holding a number of town hall meetings. There's flyers in the back, and I've handed them out to you as well. We're posting these around in certain locations, but we're going to be having some town hall meetings. In addition, we're going to be meeting with some of the key stakeholder groups that have been participating in this process along the way. We'll be taking those public comments in and reviewing those, and again, looking to bring this back to the Planning Commission and your board later this year. This is our flyer that outlines where we're going to have these town hall meetings. August 28th will be in Jamestown, August 30th in Groveland, September 10th in Columbia, and September 12th in Twain Harte. All the meetings are from 6 to 8 p.m. This will be posted on our website. We've also disseminated this information to local news outlets so that we can get it out to the public. And lastly, I'll be happy to take any questions that you may have on the general plan release. And thank you for having us here today.
Okay, any questions or comments at this time? Go ahead.
You know, this is for the staff who put this together. Thank you. A lot of work. I know that. This is a major thing. We've been living with an out-of-date, unworkable document for a long time, and so this is a big step forward. I want to thank you all for that, and for the public. Please take a good look at this. If you have any interest in the general plan at all, give them the comments and do them in a fashion Quincy says that are helpful. Why you don't understand something, what didn't make sense, be specific. Not that I can't read it. This is an important thing. This is our future for the next 20 years. And so it is a task, but we all need to stand up and do the job. And Bill, thank you for being here and for doing this. I'm a little concerned about you because Quincy said David gave you to her. That's what you said. He's a gift. Hopefully you'll get released at some point. But thank you for the effort. Important to have experienced people like you helping us.
Supervisor Rutherford.
Yeah, for the public, because I know everybody on this dais knows this, but there are a lot of people, on not just the 5 people that were named, but there's a lot of people throughout our staff that even if they didn't work directly on this, they were working very much extra hard, covering for the people that were working on this. The impact to this county of this project, I don't even want to know how many people hours were spent on this. Our staff in this effort has been absolutely incredible. I don't have the words to thank them for the amount of extra hours, and most of these people are exempt employees, so they're not getting paid for those extra hours. Extra hours, Saturdays, Sundays, nights, holidays, you know, and that takes a toll on them. And I can't express enough how much I know the entire board, but personally, my personal gratitude, how much I appreciate the very, very hard and dedicated work you've done. And for all the people in their offices that were covering the other bases for them while they were working on this, I appreciate that too. Our county employees are really an incredible resource for this community, and this is just the latest and greatest measure of that. And so thank you. And Quincy, you don't look any worse off for being kept in a cage and fed bread and water for the last I don't know how many months. So anyway, thank you very, very much.
Supervisor
I
Brennan.
think the bribery was always chocolate in the cage. So, yeah, you know, a couple of years ago when we pulled this back as a board, we emphasized over and over again how important it was to get this right. And our commitment as a board to get it right, because this is the document that carries us forward for, let's face it, the next couple of decades in reality. And now it's the public's opportunity. Please take advantage of commenting. It's important. But as my colleagues have said, it's important for you to give factual information, not just, I don't like it. That isn't going to help us understand. Take advantage of going to the public meetings. I know, again, that was something that this team took on just to go the extra mile to get the input. Please, I hope that the public is going to take advantage of that. And, again, requesting specific information. Boy, Carl already said it to the team. We have been watching this process unfold for a couple of years, or develop for a couple of years, and tremendous effort. And I actually I am excited for the public to see this. I think that the effort is going to be very, it's going to do good things for this county. And it's going to be, I am anticipating, well received. So thank you, team.
Good.
I think they said it well, but just plain and simple, thank you. Absolutely, thank you.
Okay, so we gave you guys a really tight deadline to get this done, and you've done it. I'm so proud of what you've done, and haven't read it yet. Obviously, just got it right here. Mr. Peter was holding my copy over there. Didn't want me to have it or something, but. Good work, and I know what's in here is going to be what we expected, and I do want to make sure that the public does give their input. We really did that, and then I think the other good thing is you guys are going to have all kinds of free time to do all kinds of wonderful stuff now.
There's
now that this is
in
done,
baskets that are overflowing, I think.
Yeah. Okay, so with that, public comment?
Well, I just want to thank you for hiring David, who hired Quincy. She's the most amazing woman. And I've been to several of her presentations, and she can just talk about the general plan off the top of her head. And I know that you have included many members of the public getting to this point. So as a member of the public, I saw a lot of really hinky, stinky things going on in the CRA. And so I can't speak for the entire public, but I really appreciate how open you've been and how willing you've been to go out and spend the time and get people's opinions and allow us to feel like we count. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, going to bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve release of the draft general plan for public comment. Do you need approval to release the EIR as well when it comes out? No? Okay. That's my motion.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Brennan. All those in favor? Aye. Passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Yay.
Hey, David. David, this picture behind me is as close as it's going to get, buddy.
Let's do 17.
This is consideration of approving the mid-year progress report on the 2018 Board of Supervisors goals.
Pedro.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, these are always fun reports to give because I want to tell you, give you the highlights but not miss anything. But I'm going to kind of go through at a very high level, and a lot of the staff are still here. If you have any questions whatsoever, something I don't touch on, you want to ask, they are here. So let me go ahead and walk through what I've noted as some of the highlights of your mid-year board goals report. First, in the information technology world, we have the replacement of our finance, HR, and budget systems, and the focus for this year has always been on finance in particular. The team is working forward on that, really focusing, on finance. And just like the comments have been made about, how intensive a general plan effort is, this one I just want to just say is very intense, on particularly the lead departments. And right now in the Auditor Controller's office, to some degree, the CAOs and HR, but particularly, in the Auditor Controller's office, this is dominating, their world. At the same time, they also have auditors in there and elections and all those kinds of things. And just wanted to mention that they're working very, very hard on this project. I'd also just wanted to mention that we have made some changes in the administrative support assignments there that seem to have been well received, and will hopefully keep this thing, on track. The phone system, it looks like our network project that was slated to be completed this September is on track, as is the planned release of our new phone system sometime in December. So that'll be a happy day for a lot of folks. Under county facilities, I just wanted to highlight, of course, the county jail project. I see Mo trying to hide, but that's not going to work. She's been working so hard along with the team from the sheriff's office and our consulting crew there. This chronicles everything from the notice to proceed at the beginning of the year. I also want to mention the financing that supported this whole thing, and the help from county counsel's office. Debbie, Daniel was outstanding in leading us through that. Somehow you got to pay the bill for these things, and that was a lot of work, and not to be underestimated. And we got outstanding rates with a very good second highest rating you can get, from the rating agencies. So that's moving along right now per schedule, and Mo's trying to duke it out to keep them that way. In the airport world, and I'm really glad Benny could be here today, because he's been doing so much good work, and your board's been acknowledging it along the way. But with respect to the Columbia Master Plan, airport master plan, the draft master plan, the initial study to support the mitigated negative declaration and public comment period have been completed. And we're just awaiting on FAA comments on the operation forecast and airport layout plan before coming to your board for approval. The Columbia Taxiway Reconstruction Rehabilitation Project, your board will recall that we came in thinking we were only going to have to deal with the base project. That's all the money that was available. And then Benny kept shaking the money tree with the FAA, and then he was away when all the good news came in, and so I got to present this thing and tell you guys, hey, they'd like to give us 90 cents for every dime we can put forward, and give us the money to do all the bid alternates, and so we did take advantage of that. I do want to say that Benny's been telling me about, this thing is taking a little time to get approvals, from the FAA. Now they're offering us the money, but now we need approvals to move forward with the actual construction. And if we don't get that back soon, this could delay things in 2019 and could cost us additional money. We'll get more work done, but if you delay things into another season, you could see change orders coming, for the extra time. But that is no fault of that young man, back there. And Benny, I want to stand up. I want to give you a little shout out. Good job. And if your board wants to glow on him a little bit later, feel free. The residential through the fence up at Pine Mountain Lake, 2 of the 3 legs of things that needed to be done so that we can start receiving federal funding again up there have been completed. We're now looking for funding for an airport layout plan, for PML, and once we can get that done, we can turn in all of our homework, and hopefully then also secure some voluntary action by 35 property owners to remove the deeded access to the airport. Then we can finally solve this problem and get some federal funding for PML. SB1, I'm just going to mention this is the first year of it. This section of the report chronicles some of the work that David has been doing to get his team in place, deal with some software issues to position us to deliver these projects, and just shows just dipping our toe into the beginning of some of these projects with our signals and some of our first road projects affecting Tuolumne Road and Jacksonville Road, utilizing this money. But there's so much more to come. I think we're only around $570,000 that we actually received last year. This is going to ramp up into several millions of dollars a year, if not repealed, and it can really make a difference in our road system. Not make everything perfect, but really make a difference. In the area of emergencies, oh my gosh, it's like it used to be you'd have one of these every 3-4 years, and we've just gotten too good. I don't know if we're attracting these things, now, but this chronicles everything from tree mortality to not 1 but 2 winter storms. In the area of tree mortality, so far this calendar year, the county has completed 12 projects removing almost 1,900 trees, but over the last 3 years, we've completed 38 projects, and nearly 6,000 hazard trees, have been removed using a combination of federal, state, and county general fund dollars. And our managers over this project anticipate taking out another 4,500 trees before our money and our time with that money runs out. Not to say that's all that we need. That's just maybe where the money comes to an end. And I see Supervisor Hanveld.
Jason, there he is. Jason and I have talked about this. Jason has put together a spending plan, and if we're to maintain our level, because the problem isn't going away, we're sending that to state and trying to get the state to maintain an urgency and associated with this project, because the hazard trees are becoming, they just get worse with time. Right. And so we're trying to sustain that, and I want to commend Jason for the effort he's doing on keeping track of all this.
Well, there's been a large team there, and they've all done a great job, and I've been traveling a lot with Jason the last few weeks. He's our new fire tracker. So more hazard trees. Well done, Jason. But the winter storm flooding, we've made good progress on the 2017 storms. We're just taking the initial steps on the 2018. I just got to say, David and I were talking about the frustration. I know I've spoken to the chair about this. It's really frustrating in that we've got some obligated dollars and we're trying to move forward on a lot of these projects, but we are getting a very slow response from the federal government. And in order to move on and bid these things, we have to have assurance we're going to have the funding. And we're getting really close to that magic time when you guys always look down the dice and say, Mr. Pedro, let us know when you need us to get in the game, and we're very close, to doing that. And we've talked about this from the very beginning. It's just been a very slow go, and we may need to get the board involved, to try and break some of this loose.
Are you working at all with our congressman's office and our senator's office?
I don't believe at this point have we? Okay.
Okay. Well, let us know.
All right. Also, in this area, natural disaster resiliency competition, it was called originally, NDRC. Mo's been doing a great job on our pillar, the resilience centers. The idea is to get through the preliminary site selection, environmentally clear whatever site or sites the board would so desire, but get to a go, no-go decision before the end of December is the way that we had written things up. And we're down to, Mo completed the solicitation. We're working on one project in the Tuolumne area, one project in the Groveland area. And at your last board meeting, you did approve the contract for the environmental services needed to study those sites and projects. And that's still going to take several months to complete. However, somehow we're going to magically get to that go, no-go decision, both on the sites and also on our ability to fund the operation, of those sites. That's a mouthful. Just for sake of time, I'm going to skip the other two pillars, though those are also equally important. We do that. Of course, I don't know. We got Scott in the audience, now. So you might want to dip our toes into it, but we have the Healthy Forest and Watershed project pillar. We also have the Biomass and Wood Campus pillar, and actually may be more appropriate during comment if Scott wanted to comment on those. Planning and development, you just heard about the general plan, and adoption implementation, again, the great work that David and crew, a large crew, have done in that area, and anticipate great things happening, and hopefully that'll go very well with the public as they get to see these documents. As far as continuing to streamline efforts, again, David has been trying to get the right people on the bus and the right seats on the bus, and continues to make changes in operations, the software systems that will help his staff be more efficient and more user-friendly for the public, changes at our counter, a number of things to try and improve just efficiency of the CRA as a whole. Another one of those projects has just been a person eater as far as time, cannabis. We've been quiet for about a month, but wow, that's been something taking a lot of time. Personal use, we had an ordinance group and an implementation group. The ordinance group met their goal, getting a personal use cannabis enforcement ordinance to your board, which is approved on May 1st. And then as far as implementation, Dave and Sarah and the Sheriff's Office and others are working together. This is our first real season under this. A little too soon to know exactly how this is going to go. But I'm sure we'll be coming back with reports on what we're experiencing and any suggestions of how to do it better and potential resources. But that's a mouthful with personal use. That was a long journey, and the board. I know you got to be very familiar with long meetings in various settings and subcommittees and with the full board. Commercial. Again, your board has not done anything to facilitate commercial cannabis use. The one thing you said you wanted to do before entertaining. Working on any such ordinance, if you were so inclined, was to place a tax measure on the November ballot and see the taste of the public, whether or not they'd approve funding to support such an ordinance and related services. and that was approved by your board to place it on the ballot July 3rd. So that'll be in the November ballot. Making housing affordable in Tuolumne County, another piece of cake. Item, I feel my personal opinion, I think one of the most important things that can happen is also part of the general plan. Getting through that general plan and then also updating the zoning ordinance that will go with that plan. That will come after adoption of the plan sometime in 2019.
Yeah, we've got a ways to go before we get through the general plan, obviously. Still, public comment period, incorporation of public comments, and review and or incorporation of public comments, and then whatever transpires after public hearings and approval by the Planning Commission and the board. But one thing that I would like, I'm just going to mention it now, and I'd like my fellows on the board to consider is when we get done with that, I'd really like to see us give CRA, consider giving CRA and county council and all the people that are involved in that process a little bit of a hiatus before we go into what's going to be an equally busy schedule of doing the zoning ordinances. I think something like a 6-month, because they're going to have to catch up on the workload that they're, I said it earlier, they've got overflowing in baskets right now. So I just mentioned that. We can talk about it later.
Okay. Under the same banner of making housing affordable, we had a review of our fee systems. And I'm going to go to what I think most acknowledge is the most important area to review. It's not the user fees as much, even though we've been going through those. It's the mitigation impact mitigation fees. Those are the most expensive. Any developer will tell you those are the fees that can really make or break the finances of a project. Prior board action, we cut our growth impact fees in half. Our transportation impact mitigation fees, those will need to definitely have to be reviewed after the general plan is done, because that includes a project list, which is a main driver in your evaluation of such fees. But that's one that your board that you do control, and you'll really want to pay attention to that after the general plan is completed. But you started in different venues, but that's something talking with other agencies in the county, from utility districts to so forth. As everyone, schools, look at your mitigation impact fees, because that makes a difference as to whether or not housing can be affordable in Tuolumne County. State and federal environmental planning, another massive area of staff and board time and effort. Implement the forest stewardship program. That's a big deal. The master stewardship agreement that your board approved with the Stanislaus National Forest is a very big deal. Liz didn't know what she was really getting hired into when she came to the office, but we're going to get her some jeans and some suspenders and an axe and some other things.
I want the picture.
But, the master stewardship agreement was approved, and then to put feet to it, you have individual projects, and we're calling them spas, and that puts things to work, in the forest. And the very first one your board has already approved. Signatures are being obtained or have been obtained, and now just cycling through. And they're going to be doing planning work on that first project through the fall, summer and fall. And then the real boots on the ground should start in 2019. Very excited. And it's also cool to see that in order to get this thing going, the county's going to have a share of cost. And we had the Stanislaus National Forest putting up $100,000. We had the regional office putting up $60,000 just to tease us into it. That's a lot of money, $160,000 in my book. But then the county was successful in securing $5 million from the California Climate Investments, and that's cap and trade funds. And I see Supervisor Hanveld again wishing to comment.
This is the biggest opportunity in my mind for gaining control and making something happen, both economically and public safety and managing our forests. I can't say enough about the partnership with Stanislaus National Forest, with YSS and Tuolumne River Trust in making this happen. Liz is leading this. Liz is doing a terrific job. And we're doing something different than what government does. First of all, we're making things happen. We're not waiting for things to happen. We're driving the solutions. We're not doing one thing and getting that done and looking to then figure out what we're going to do next. We're working on a multiplicity of issues and moving forward and doing things in parallel as opposed to in series. This is a remarkable project. It has great potential. The state of California and the rest of the United States, western United States, looking at what Tuolumne County is doing here. And if we can be successful and share this model, I think you're going to see some big changes. It's slow to start. It's going to be painful and the learning lessons, but we're going to squeeze through the knotholes first and figure out how to help everybody else do it too. This is a big deal. This is the biggest deal going for me in terms of the net impact it's going to make on not only our county, but the counties in the state of California and western United States.
In the same category, just generally talks about monitoring and engaging all opportunities to influence state and federal land use plans, regulations, and projects. And your board and staff have all been really heavily involved. CSAC, RCRC, and the Governor's Tree Mortality Task Force. Federal involvement, particularly Supervisors Hanvelt and Rotifer, been very involved both, at the national level and regional level. And it's paying dividends by not only helping to introduce people to rural USA, but California and the Sierras and all that. And that's helped us also get funding, leverage funding for things such as the removal of hazard trees, funding of the SPA, projects, and restoration of full funding of our PILT program.
And no small amount of involvement by Supervisor Brennan as well.
Excuse me. That's right. That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you. You saved me.
I was going to corner you.
I know. You'd take me down. I know you would. Fiscal stewardship. We wanted to do something different with our multi-year forecasting and make it really a multi-year funding plan where we're looking at revenues, expenses, not just here's what could happen, but what could we do to try to have a balanced financial future with the forecast. And we have changed some things this year, looking at instead of a 5-year, which gets really fuzzy in those out years, going to more of a 3-year lookout, grounding the forecast and the first-year numbers being developed using the county's budget system, which is far more accurate than when you've got a bunch of spreadsheets being prepared by individual departments and then trying to combine, and also using a presentation format that fosters the conversation about how to address potential shortfalls over time, both looking at the expense and the revenue sides of the ledger. And we had our initial look at this in February, came back with a more targeted discussion in April, and that became an integral part of our budget discussions in May and June, and the revenue measures that were discussed in June and July. Your board continues your prioritization of economic development. I'll just mention one thing is we did, lest we forget, had a much overdue update of our agreement between the city, the county, and the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, which was much more collaborative, process and vision there, much more of a voice into that, but again, in the best of sense. Anyway, period. The one thing I do have to state is that our facilities, this came out of your retreat, our maintenance of our facilities, we need more resources in order to do a proper job of maintenance of our facilities, and that is one area that we are sorely missing. And I know that's a priority with your board, the departments. I'm seeing David shaking his head, and I think other department heads would be here. They'd be agreeing. But just something to keep on the radar. We need more resources to properly maintain our facilities. In revenue enhancement, we did specifically talk about everything from parcel taxes to sales taxes to TOT in conjunction with the multi-year forecast process. And in July, your board did direct staff to agendize discussion on options for a potential future ballot measure on changes to the TOT later this calendar year, a discussion, on it, because that seemed to be the area that we were most, the board expressed the most interest in exploring further. I'm glad Ann hung in there, and Ann, I'm a minute overdue getting to you. But, there's so much, there's only one thing in here that's really specific to Health and Human Services, and that's monitoring federal and state changes in policy and or funding. And I've always said, Ann has the largest budget and the most employees under her oversight of the whole county, and we could be in real trouble if we didn't have a solid, manager, leader in that area. So I'm going to glow a little bit. She's super, and she watches the right flank of the county. And in here, it talks about all the things that they do also with NACO and CSAC and RCRC and the professional associations to do this monitoring, and then take advantage of opportunities to speak into policy and secure funding. Everything from drug Medi-Cal to mental health services for foster youth, the No Place Like Home initiative related to homelessness, behavioral health, also participating in the Foothills Housing Coalition, looking for increasing affordable housing. Again, a theme here. Received a grant to encourage healthy eating and began CalFresh outreach to seniors. Regional continuum of care, and a part of a subcommittee that centers on a no wrong door policy and connecting homeless families to housing. And again, it's just a tip of the iceberg of the work that gets done, through the HSA. But if she didn't stay on it, along with her staff, and be proactive in her engagement, responding so well and so quickly, I think Tuolumne County, like any county, be in a world of hurt. But her and her staff just do an outstanding job in that area. And then lastly, just a nod because of all the changes that are occurring in the leadership of our community. Your board made this a specific area of let's do what we can to establish and nurture relationships between agencies, both inside and outside of Tuolumne County. That's an ongoing thing that staff is constantly aware of. Your board is constantly aware of it. We're talking about specifically on one of these points, seeking broad engagement with community partners to study, plan, and deliver important community services. This is an ongoing process, but I mentioned some specific examples in here. Again, Mo's working on the fire and first responder study. That's a big bright smile, right, Mo, that I just saw? It's a hard job, but it's an important area. But it takes all those partner agencies to work together. The county general plan we just talked about. It's not just the county. There's been discussions with numerous agencies, and I'm looking at Carl thinking of water agencies and the water plan that we developed and talked about how there has to be a connection between our general plan and the facilities to serve that plan with the water agencies. The personal use and commercial cannabis involved, we did reach out and talk to others there. And then even with regard to the TCEDA, the EDA is so important. We were flat on our backs before we had the Economic Development Authority, dead in the water with our economic development efforts. And it is well worth all of our attention and best efforts to make that thing work and work well as a community. And that's, I know, the intent of the board, and I think what was the heart of what Sherry was talking about earlier. So we need to continue to do those kinds of things. So that is my summary report, and I've left out a ton, but there's so much that goes on around here.
Any questions or comments from the board?
Just one comment. A lot of people have gotten accolades today for various things. This is for the staff predominantly. When the running back or the receivers doing the touchdown dance in the end zone, he didn't get there all by himself. So a lot of those accolades go to a lot of people that are behind the scenes. We could spend all day up here giving all the appropriate accolades that ought to be given to our whole staff. So please, when someone else is getting an accolade, if your name isn't mentioned but you participated, share in that accolade. It's really, really important. Thank you.
I just want to highlight that this is all of these things are in addition to doing the day-to-day activities of running county government. And So we cannot underestimate what a tremendous effort this team is putting forward.
Supervisor Hamel.
I want to echo something that Craig said, that he hit the highlights, and I'm not sure he got them all. But there's an enormous amount of work being done in the county, and the public needs to know that, and needs to know that you have a high-performing team working for you. And I want to thank the team for what they do every day, and a lot of it goes unsung and unmentioned. But this is amazing. It's just absolutely amazing, the amount of effort, and the demands don't get easier because we don't control our own fate. There's a lot of outside influences, and there will be more. But they're doing a great job, and I want to say thank you to all of them.
Absolutely. Let's go to lunch. You guys do awesome. No doubt about it. Thank you.
What Evan said. No. We need to have a motion.
I'll motion to accept.
Okay. Motion by Supervisor Hanvelt. Any more public comment on this? Second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor? Aye. All right, now we can do what Evan said.
It's a presentation and consideration of approving directions to staff on, I'm reading the wrong one. Sorry. So it's presentation on the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau and annual report.
All right, thank you. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the Executive Director of...
Next time, we need blue shirts for the board, so we can participate.
I'm the Executive Director of the Tuolumne County Visitors Bureau, and today you're going to hear from 5 of us, which is, I know, a little different than what we normally do, but I think it's really important that you're hearing from the people that are doing the work. Also, I just want you to see, you can see kind of some coordination back here a little bit. This is most of our team, and some of them work 1 day a week, some work 5 plus, and I just want to thank them all publicly for all that they do. They're all a huge component of the core of what we do, whether they're working in our visitor centers or doing special projects. So just wanted to acknowledge that. Today we are going to go over our annual report. As you know, there we go. We were just here in April, and so this annual report is kind of to get us caught up to where our new agreement has us being in the fiscal year. So we're going to just give you some highlights and some of the results of things we reported on in April. And also, I know that everyone's interested in what we're doing in terms of tourism recovery for the wildfires. So we're just going to start off with some really awesome news, and that is that in 2017, travel spending was up over 10% in Tuolumne County. It went from $230 million to $253 million, which is fantastic. So we also have a breakdown of those numbers, and I think people are always surprised. I know I am that lodging and restaurant dining are so close, but 75.3%. On the lodging, and then the 72.9 on dining. So very interesting numbers. The industry jobs we show is 2,480. Again, as you know, probably by now, this doesn't take into account the casinos. So we add about 1,300 to that number, and that's how many direct tourism jobs there are. So to keep these numbers going, we really want to be strategic. We want to have some planning that we're doing. We want to do some more in-depth things, like I said, just planning further out. And so one of the things that we did to start this process is we got with Destinations International. Destinations International is highly respected in the industry. They are an association that has a lot of tools and resources. They provide credentialing and all kinds of things for different marketing and destination programs. So we did Destination Next, and that's a tool that kind of assesses us as a county, not so much as the Visitors Bureau, but as a county and what we have to offer visitors and where we might be lacking or where our opportunities are would be a better way to say that. So we had 95 respondents to the survey that they did. And the results showed that Tuolumne County is at this, what they call the Voyager level. And that means we have pretty good community support. We're on the right track. We want to be trailblazers, and we're really close to that. And actually, our government respondents placed us in that trailblazer category. So that was nice. So thank you to anyone who might have filled that out and helped us get to that level. Some of the results also showed that we're above the industry average for destination strength, and that is including our branding and attractions and all the entertainment opportunities we have here. I know sometimes the kids and people say there's nothing to do here, but apparently there's lots to do, and we know that there's lots to do. We are below industry average for communication, internet infrastructure, and mobility access. And then we also have a couple of opportunities that have come out of this, and these are two that have been at the top of my list for a long time. But it's transportation between here and the Bay Area or the Bay Area and here. You can get to BART, you can get to Pleasanton, but if you need transport, what do you do from there to get up here? So that's something that we have an opportunity to try and develop. Also, international hotel brands are lacking in our county, and oftentimes when we have international travelers, they're looking for something that they recognize. And so by having more international hotel brands that our international travelers like and appreciate, we might be able to get more of them here, and international travelers spend more money and they stay longer. So I would next like to just follow up on something that I started talking about in April, and that was our partnership and our belonging to the Gold Country Visitors Association. I'm currently the president of this organization that is put together with Visit California, and we fall under their umbrella. We wanted to target the Canadian market. We talked about, last time I was here, about the direct flight that was happening with Air Canada from Vancouver to Sacramento, which is really great, giving the Gold Country an opportunity to really promote our area. And we were able to secure 2 journalists on the inaugural flight, which was really cool. So they came down to our area. They visited about 5 different counties. And then a couple more journalists came at a later date on the Air Canada flight as well. And through all of that, our investment to Destination Counselors International, who is the company we hired they're actually in Toronto, but we hired them to work with us on making this happen. So $25,000 investment, and it got us 7.34 media impressions and an estimated value of $106,000. Along with that was a Canadian traveler piece that I spent a lot of time putting together. I know any of you that work with committees and all that, herding cats sometimes, but we put together this huge piece on the Gold Country, and it was in Canadian Traveler with 1.383 media impressions and an estimated value of $33,969. So I just wanted to give you an example of some of the places that we're doing things and the ROI on those projects. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jen to talk more about the marketing highlights.
Good afternoon, Jen Lopez, Marketing Manager for the Visitors Bureau. And I'll just start off by just mentioning quickly, as you're all pretty familiar with it, I'm sure, our annual vacation planner. This year we did increase the distribution of this, the printing and the distribution of our vacation planner by 10,000. And new this year, we started distributing it in the California Welcome Center at Pier 39, which is a pretty exciting place. Lots of international and domestic travelers go through that destination. So we're very excited to have it included there. This year, we generalized our vacation planner and created a more condensed version of it, kind of less really technical information and more just general broad information about our area, and we had it translated into 5 languages: Mandarin, French, French-Canadian, German, and Spanish, which just happens to be some of our top-ranking visitors to our visitor centers from international areas. This has been really well received, and when people come in our visitor centers that aren't English speaking or their first language, they're very excited to be able to have this piece. We expanded our TV commercial that we've been running for the past few years in the Tri-Valley and Sacramento markets. We expanded it a bit further into our drive market, into Fremont as well. And it plays during the off-peak season, generally October through April. And we get quite a bit of phone calls from people who have seen the commercial. And right now, with the total of Sacramento, Tri-Valley, and Fremont markets, it's going into over 1 million homes, and we've had about 350,000 digital in video streams as well. We've continued our international marketing partnership with Brand USA and Visit California this year. Last year, it was an outdoor recreation theme. And this year, it was more of a highlights of your area with a local's perspective take on it. And we did get a 30-second video from this, which featured Sonora Pass, Railtown, and Groveland. And there was two UK components to this partnership, which we invested $64,500 in. One of them was an Expedia UK, where we actually have a page on Expedia UK for Tuolumne County. And through Expedia UK, we've reached a gross bookings of almost $110,000 over 385 room nights. So that's a pretty good investment right there, and that doesn't even include those other parts of spending here in the county, the dining, the shopping, and so forth, and money spent at the attractions. Our Thomas Cook USA Everywhere, another UK component with this partnership. This was a combination of social media posts on Thomas Cook USA Everywhere and also digital ads on their websites, which generated an anticipated customer spend in our area of $47,000. Going back to TV just for one quick minute. We were able to keep going with our relationship with Fox 40 in Sacramento and Studio 40 Live. We taped 5 shows this past year, 3 of them on location, 1 in Dodge Ridge, a live show, which was done here in Sonora, and also 1 in Groveland. And then we had 2 in-studio segments as well, one featuring holiday events and the other featuring winter activities. And the very exciting thing that happened this year with TV was ABC7 in San Francisco reached out to us to ask us if we were interested in doing a 4-minute segment on their weekly Bay Area Life Get Out of Town show. But they also mentioned some other options, which happened to be a 30-minute show that would completely feature Tuolumne County. So we were fortunate enough to participate in one of those 30-minute shows, and that aired on April 28th and June 17th, and that featured a great deal of the county. The crew was here for 2.5 days, and we went everywhere. We were up in Strawberry and Pinecrest Lake and Columbia Railtown, Tuolumne Grove of Giant Sequoias. Groveland, we were everywhere with that one. We also released a virtual tour and some VR video experiences. This particular virtual tour is on our website now. You can click on these arrows and go around Columbia. We also have VR video experiences that we take in those goggles that people can look at, and they're turning all around. Those feature areas of Yosemite, such as Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, Tuolumne Grove of Giant Sequoias, and Tuolumne Meadows. We also have one of Columbia as well. We did increase our print advertising this year, not only the amount of print advertising, but also the sizes of our ads. We ran over 20 plus ads in over 11 periodicals this past year, including Sunset Magazine, Via Magazine, and also new for this year, we included a half-page ad in Southwest In-Flight Magazine, which has a total of 6.4 million readers. We also participated in 2 newspaper section takeovers. One was a Gold Country road trip that we did in collaboration with Amador, El Dorado, and Mariposa counties. And we also had our own Eat, Drink, Play section of the San Jose Mercury News and East Bay Times. And those generated 28 member mentions and 17 stories, and they included 12 Tuolumne County advertisers in those sections. We also introduced the Culture and Heritage video series for Tuolumne County. Sherry has definitely seen these. We have done 2 of them so far. A third one is in the works, getting started on that tomorrow. And I'm going to see if we can play these.
I am the 4th generation to be ranching in this area. Most of the people around here run cattle in the foothills in the valley in the wintertime, and then we take all our cattle to the high elevation in the summertime. Majority of us run on permits, and we run dogs to help us on the permits, and they help find the cattle and hold them up, and I can take 2 dogs that'll do the job of 2 or 3 guys. You're always working with them. I run...
the sound is a little ahead of the video here.
And then I won't run a pup until they're 1.5 years, and then just you're constantly working with them and fine-tuning them and getting them to do little things here and there. The border collies are really, generally, they're really stylish, and they'll do a really big circle. Then I have some kind of hound cross dogs, and they kind of just line out and will hold the cows, and the cows actually learn to respect the dogs. So it's easier if I sit back and let the dogs hold up the whole set of cows, and then I can do what I want, picking 1 or 2 cows out. And I have some dogs that will kind of push the cows. There's some dogs that if a cow runs off they will do more of the, like bringing them back. And they all kind of like a pecking order.
Very slow motion.
Who's the lead gunner, and then they all kind of follow in from there.
Okay, I'll go ahead and skip ahead to the next one. We'll see how we'll maybe try some rock climbing in slow motion here. I'll just play a few seconds of it.
I am the 4th generation to be ranching in this area.
Now it's playing both. Okay. Well, we can show those later. They're on YouTube. All right, so those videos, sorry about that. Those videos have done really well for us on social media. The cattle and ranching video has gotten over 7,700 views on YouTube, so it's done very well there. And speaking of social media, I will turn it over to Mackenzie Rogers, our digital content coordinator.
Hi, like Jen said, I am the digital content coordinator with the Visitors Bureau. I've been with the Visitors Bureau for 2 years. And in the meantime, I've been managing the social media platforms as well as posting a lot of the blogs and articles that you'll find on our website that encourage visitors to kind of learn a bit more about Tuolumne County and what experiences they can have here. Social media has been an incredible platform for the Visitors Bureau to really communicate to potential visitors who are here now, as well as locals, our messaging, what we encourage, and a lot of inspiration. You can see that our Facebook has grown a lot. We're excited to be at 25K now. So that's been really, really exciting for us, 15.5% of growth. A lot of that is locals and a lot of local support, and we're really excited about that. But we're also seeing an influx in a lot of the Bay Area with a lot of our campaigns that we've been doing. Our Instagram has grown 40.6%, which is a lot. It's a fast-growing platform, and our Twitter has grown 16%. Our social media has really streamlined our marketing campaigns with our print ads, our digital ads, and now our social media ads. We're all saying the same message to reach the visitors and potential visitors with the same message with our campaigns that we've been working on. My Tuolumne County has been really big for social media. It's allowed a lot of people to to share their experiences on Facebook, to share it with us, and for us to in turn share it with the world to really increase the credibility of our platforms. We've also been working on My Tuolumne Dog. That was the beginning of this year. It was said to be the year of the dog, and we really wanted to play off of that with a campaign that really showcased dog-friendly travel, which we have a lot of that up here, as well as the great outdoors. So those two campaigns have been really, really successful, and it's allowed for us to expand our reach and our voice, and like I said, streamline our marketing efforts. And with that, I'll hand it over to, sorry. So these are two examples of our top performing posts. One is a beautiful Hetch Hetchy, and then the other one is actually some people or some animals blocking traffic there. As you can see, the cattle coming through Groveland and actually crossing the highway. So that was really, really fun to share. We got a lot of shares from locals and visitors alike, just kind of seeing what our area is about. And you can see an example of the must-do experiences in Tuolumne County. That was a really successful article we were able to promote on Facebook, and it also got a lot of shares. And with promoting, kind of putting money into social media, we're able to target certain audiences in certain areas, like the Bay Area, and certain times of the year to really bring people our way. Here's Katie Kirkland. I can get up to. Yeah.
Sorry, playing musical chairs. I'm Katie Kirkland, the Communications and Tourism Manager for the Visitors Bureau. I'm going to go over our public relations highlights for the year. So first off, as a result of our efforts at attending different media conventions like IMM, which is the International Media Marketplace, and IPW, the International Powwow, and working with our International Public Relations and Marketing Agency, Black Diamond, there have been over 20 articles, both domestic and international, that have been published about Tuolumne County. So the first one highlighted is Cosmopolitan from the UK. They highlighted areas such as Yosemite, Rush Creek Lodge, and at the end of the article had a huge call to action with a link to our website. The reach for this channel for Cosmopolitan in the UK is 6.5 million with an ad value of over 175,000. The next example is Smarter Traveler. They came up and visited areas such as Hetch Hetchy, Columbia State Historic Park, Railtown, and Black Oak Casino Resort. They have a huge domestic audience, especially in the San Francisco Bay Area, and their outlet has 2.5 million monthly visitors to their website. Next, the Visitors Bureau had 8 press releases this year, and we made the top 10 most viewed press releases at the International Powwow, which the International Powwow is the largest international tourism show in the United States. So we were featured as number 3 and number 7 out of 8,017 press releases. We use nationally recognized platforms to get out press releases, such as PR Newswire. So we distributed a Christmas press release that was picked up by 260 channels with a potential view of over 80 million. And Lisa will go over our Summer 2.0 campaign later on in the presentation, but I just wanted to point out that we use the same platform to release our Summer 2.0 press release, and we released it yesterday, and as of this morning, it was picked up by 245 channels with a potential views of 82.2 million. The next highlight covers our media hosting. So we hosted a record number of journalists in Tuolumne County. One was Luso Travel. They're a luxury tour operator group from the UK, and the Visitors Bureau hosted them at Rush Creek Lodge, which resulted in Tuolumne County being placed in their 2018-2019 travel brochure. And we also had Eric the Travel Guy with the PBS show Beyond Your Backyard. He featured areas in Gold Country such as gold panning, and then he did kayaking on Pinecrest Lake. So his episode should be showing in the next coming months, which is actually a great promotion to help promote the Upper 108 area too, since he was up there. And then we had UK journalist Dan Colmer from the Mail on Sunday, which is a weekly national newspaper with a circulation of 1.1 million. Next, we launched our Meet Me in Tuolumne promotion. We did a video that highlighted different meeting areas in Tuolumne County. We also did a tiered incentive program that will help to incentivize people to bring their meetings or conventions up here, and it's tiered based on rooms number or nights of rooms booked, and the Visitors Bureau will sponsor a breakfast or lunch. And to round the year off, we did a social campaign with it and did a sponsored post, which resulted in a reach of 34,612 link clicks and 214 posts liked. And so looking forward to this coming year, some really exciting news. We have been invited to be part of Visit California's UK Superfam. So we will have upwards of 10 journalists from the UK visiting Tuolumne County over a 2-day span. And then IPW, which is the largest international trade show in the United States, is moving to Anaheim this year. So it'll really open up the opportunity for some pre-FAM trips and some post-FAM trips. And then lastly, we'll be focusing our San Francisco travel partnership on promoting meetings in Tuolumne County. So those are some things to look forward to. And with that, I'm going to pass it back over to Lisa, or no, to Bethany.
Hi, I'm Bethany Wilkinson. I am the film liaison for the Visitors Bureau and the Film Commission. So in the last year for the Film Commission, I focused on redesigning and relaunching our website to be more friendly and streamline it. So there are pages for every film permit jurisdiction in our county, so that way people know exactly what they need to film here. There's also a new locations tab that updates frequently with new photos of all over the county, and it breaks it down by region, and it also tells you which filming jurisdiction that's in, so if it's Forest Service, city, or county, or vice going on. There's also an extras tab which highlights the hotels, lodging, and catering in the area to encourage studios to use local businesses to feed and house their cast and crew if they do overnight trips. And there's also a new events tab that highlights film events in the area for those who are just fans of film or showing filmmakers that we are a film-friendly area. And then as the film liaison, I did go to the California On Location Awards in Beverly Hills, and that was a way to reconnect with the other film commissions and also to connect with production managers and location managers to remind them that we are here and we are open to having film here. And then we also went to San Francisco for the FLIX meeting, which is the Film Liaisons in California statewide. So it's a group that works to keep film in California. And so we were actually able to get an incentive passed at a state level to get more filming here and get studios to stay in the state of California. With that, we also went to Lucasfilm and met with the head of production there to ask him what it would take to get him to film back in California instead of going overseas to London. And so he gave us some great feedback because they are located in Northern California, so we're trying to push that. With Tuolumne County, we had 15 permitted filming days, so that doesn't include anybody who might have done anything outside of permits or working with certain businesses. That included Travel Channel, PBS, and a few other indie short films and a few of our own projects as well. That's an increase from the previous year, which only had 5 days of permitted filming. So we're hoping to see that continue to rise as we have more permits being pulled right now. And with that, I'm going to give it back to Lisa.
So again, these are just some of the highlights of the last year, and our full report is on our website as well. So if the public would like to see it, they can certainly go to our website. I wanted to talk a little bit about tourism recovery after and during the fires. And I know that you all are far too aware of all the challenges that come with fires. And so I was just going to go from a Visitor Bureau perspective, which is, you know, we started out with the Yosemite Valley closure, and we were able to actually have people still going over 120 and highlighting Hetch Hetchy and the Tuolumne Grove, and then suddenly that was taken away. And during that time, it was the Visitors Bureau. We ended up extending hours of our visitor centers. We had calls forwarded to our phones so that we could take calls if there were people being displaced. We had the Booking.com error that was extremely unfortunate that landed in the middle of all this. we had smoke, of course, throughout the county, and inaccurate or embellished news coverage. And one thing I want to say about the news coverage, we were on a call with Visit California last week. They had many of the destinations that are being affected by the fires, including the Carr Fire, the major ones going up north. And they were saying that the news coverage, the word, with Yosemite being closed indefinitely, that was a real tough one for people to swallow. And so they're trying to work with helping there to be better messaging next time. But along with the call, Visit California also talked about a survey that they had done quickly with 1,000 respondents in the domestic market, the Northwest, Midwest, and Southwest, and they wanted to gauge what people were doing based on the fires, because they felt like the media was saying all of California was on fire. So just out of the small set of people, 1,000 people, 11% canceled travel due to the California wildfires. 12% changed their destination within the state, and 20% changed due to the road closures, air quality, and just overall feeling of it not being safe to travel in those areas. Consumer-driven feedback that they had was that fans and followers of Visit California were really concerned about California. They showed a lot of love and concern for California. It wasn't necessarily about the regions. And then the posts got really political. With the media market with Visit California, the media tended to zone in on the Yosemite fire, and the fire that was near Yosemite, I should say, the Ferguson fire, and used words like indefinite closure, and they also focused on the economic impact. So those were, challenges for all of us, and we're all, part of the community, and we were concerned about everything as well, and making sure that we were doing the right things and saying the right things at the right time as well. We have estimated a loss of nearly over 28 million in travel spending for Tuolumne County. So that's a thumbs down. And so what we're doing is we're trying to work with the community to bring it back, to bring tourism back. We came up during the time when we kind of put a halt on doing it, telling people come here, but we thought, what can we do? And we came up with Tuolumne Together, hashtag Tuolumne Together, just a place for people to who had ties to Tuolumne County, who wanted to say something about the fires, could do that. And so that's where that came out of. And then in anticipation of Yosemite opening, we have the Yosemite Now signs made, and this was done in partnership with all the different counties that touch Yosemite. And it was really great. There was a group of us that were together and just, again, anticipating the opening. And this has been really great. This is all over the place if you go online, so that's a lot of fun. But for going back to Tuolumne County specifically, we really wanted to do something, and I asked my board, if we could have $40,000 that we could put towards a campaign to continue to bring visitors to Tuolumne County and extend summer. And my board very enthusiastically, without question, said yes. And so we came up with Summer 2.0. Which is like a reboot to summer, since we missed out on some this last month. And it's a marketing campaign that consists of Visit California banner ads, e-newsletter sponsorships, which are things that have worked really well, Sunset Magazine digital and print ads, increased Facebook advertising. We have a radio spot that's playing in the Central Valley and Tri-Valley. I don't know if we're able to play it. Do you want to try and play it? We'll see if it works.
It's Summer 2.0. Extend your summer now with adventures in Yosemite, Gold Country, and the High Sierra. It's all just 2.5 hours away from the Bay Area in Tuolumne County. Travel back in time on a steam train or stagecoach ride. Relax on Pinecrest Lake, hike or bike on majestic forest trails, rest under a blanket of stars, or find yourself in awe of Yosemite. Get going and catch your breath in Tuolumne County. Go to visittctoday.com to plan your getaway today.
So again, that's playing the Tri-Valley, the Central Valley, and also in San Francisco with our friends at KGO. So we also have a public relations component to all of this. And Katie was showing you earlier the the PR Newswire, and that the results that we're getting from that. And she'll be going to a San Francisco media reception in the fall and bringing media back with her to Tuolumne County. And we're also doing kind of a hometown traveler thing, encouraging locals to get out and eat locally, shop locally, do all those great local things. The social media influencer campaign is very cool as well. This team behind me and next to me is amazing. They put all of this together so quickly. And we had a social media influencer here just last week who was able to spend some time on 108. We're going to have one on 120, and we're going to have one on 49. And we are also going to, once we secure it, we'll have one headed up just specifically to Kennedy Meadows. So I'm just going to, as closing, have Mackenzie come up and tell you really quickly about our social media influencer that was here this past week, and then we'll wrap it up.
Okay, so pictured here on the far left is Mike Batty and his dog Gansett. They came up last week. Very, very quick notice. He was so excited to come up and really showcase our local culture and our High Sierra that's still accessible even before Sonora Pass actually opened on Sunday. So he was ready to get up to Pinecrest, get up to the Twain Harte area, and really showcase everything it still has to offer and everything that's still available to visitors with dog-friendly lodging, with incredible dining, and he went kayaking, he hiked around Pinecrest Lake, and he even did a horseback riding experience with Aspen Meadows Pack Station. So through that time, he was actually doing a social media takeover, which he explains in this little video, that he was sharing videos of his experiences, and he also took some incredible photos that you can find on our Facebook page as well as our Instagram page that have gotten so many shares and so much love from both local businesses, locals, and even visitors who are excited to come up here and experience what he experienced. So it was kind of like a come experience Summer 2.0, extend your summer, but don't take our word for it. Listen to this influencer. He has a great following through social media just because of his photography and his super cute dog. And so it was really fun. He spent 3 days up here, and he sent all the content to us right away. Like I said, definitely go check out the Facebook posts. Very, very beautifully done. And our stories through Facebook got a minimum of 90 views, and that's through stories, and that's a lot for Facebook. Our Instagram got a minimum of 500 views per story, which is pretty good for us. And we were able to promote the posts that we did, and we were getting between 400 and 500 likes of each photo that he was sending us to share with our followers.
Mike and Gansett here. We're taking over for the next couple days. We're going through Tuolumne County on Highway 108 in the Twain Harte, Pinecrest, and Strawberry area. There's a lot to do here despite the recent wildfires, so we're going to start off the Summer 2.0 campaign.
So that is a quick summary of the Summer 2.0 campaign, and we'd really like to come back in a few months and let you know how things turned out with that and just report back to you on that. So that is all we have. Do you have any questions?
You guys haven't been doing anything. Come on. I'm impressed with your team. I think you've really come a long way in the last few years. I really appreciate it.
Awesome. So, go ahead.
Carl?
I like the purple T-shirts. I don't care what John says. I like those too.
I thought they were very well coordinated, yeah.
But no, I've had an opportunity to go to a couple of your marketing meetings, and I think that's a really good new venture that you're doing, bringing some of the visitorship community in and working with them and getting their ideas and stuff. I think that's really, really good. So I applaud that.
Thank you.
So I am so amazed at what you guys did in such a very short amount of time. we put the call out to Lisa probably, hasn't been 2 weeks ago. We said 108 is in huge trouble. We have businesses that are not being impacted by the fire. I mean, the fire's not at their door. They're in business. But they were telling me they were off 60, 70%. One of them was Aspen Meadows. As soon as, we talk about what we try and do with bringing people here and getting them to stay and have a full experience when they go to Yosemite one day, but then go other places. It's working. But all of those businesses were just reporting horrendous numbers. Lisa, you showed up, and I mean, literally within a couple of days, this is up and going and telling people that we're here, we're open, come visit us, and just a remarkable effort, and it is so appreciated by the businesses, by this board. I think that without what you guys are doing to get the word out there, our economic hits would certainly be compounded. And so thank you for all that effort. Thank you for being a team player. We talk about our cooperators. Yeah, boy, you were there within minutes of the phone call, and literally, and thank you for that.
It's our pleasure.
Yeah, I'd like to add, for those who don't know, the Visitors Bureau anticipates things. They try and stay ahead of it. And, I mean, I talk to Lisa occasionally, and mostly in text message. But, they, like 108 opening, they were on it, like, right now. And 108, the whole quarter has been hurt bad by the Denell fire, and I guess we're going to hear about that in a few minutes. But the work you're doing is really important, and throughout the season, I mean, those people peak business season, and business virtually drops to zero, and now we got to get them back, and so appreciate your help, team player. You're leading the effort, so thank you.
And I just have to add, if you haven't seen those little clips done with the drones, really, really good-looking cowboy and his dogs, and it's a fun little clip.
I do have a question for you, Lisa. That one travel agency that canceled a whole bunch of reservations and everything, what kind of liability do they have to us?
Well, from what I understand, the different hotels are working with them to get reimbursed. I've been working a little bit with Tracy Riggs on like kind of sharing with her communication that I've been getting from our partners. The big question, I mean, was would they get reimbursed? And the answer is yes. There's a lot of work they have to do to get there. I have been told by some that also includes TOT. I've also heard that it does not include TOT. And when we reached out to Booking.com, Katie can attest to this, as she was the one to do it, very difficult to get a hold of someone that you can really talk to about what happened. That was a major error.
Where's our headquarters? Please don't tell me it's virtual.
It's not virtual, but it's not in the United States. Yeah, it's in Europe, so I'm not sure, but it's not in the United States.
I might need to take a vacation.
I'll let you know. It might be Cuba.
On my dime.
John, if I could. Again, you guys, great anticipation. The 2.0 thing is fantastic. We were talking up at the incident command post about how do you overcome all this. Call Lisa, and you guys were on it. But one of the things come up, we've had folks saying, well, geez, how can we really continue to grow? You addressed this the last time you were here, and I'm getting to the shoulder season. As how can we continue to grow if we're not, building new places, and aren't we going to get stagnant and that kind of a thing? Can you give just a short version of what you're doing to help enhance shoulder season visitation?
Yeah, the meetings market is really a big opportunity for us, and Katie's been working on trying to get those off-peak and midweek visitors here. So that's a big thing. Also, we are doing the visiting friends and relatives, where we're trying to get locals to invite their friends and family here for the holidays, or outside the holidays, get them here during these peak times instead of going to see them, have them come to see you. We're doing a lot of our advertising is being done in the fall. And so that alone will trigger more business. But I think the Summer 2.0 campaign is actually it actually helped us to ramp that up quite a bit. And we took some of those things that we were doing later in fall and moved them up. So hopefully some of those items are going to be helping to bring in those off-peak business people and off-peak business to the community.
Thank you. Any public comment?
I just want to say I was so impressed because they were working extra hard at the Visitors Bureau trying to keep people here and give them things to do when the fire was going on. And we had a lot of people on second Saturday that were from outside the area, so I felt like a tour guide. But we need to form some kind of partnership with the business community of Sonora to work on our customer service.
All right. Any other public comment? Any other board comments?
Real quick. Thank you for bringing your team. Every time I listen to you guys, it's always extremely positive takeaways. But I just want to say how obviously apparent it is that you guys are talented and passionate. And on top of that, we have years of success from your organization in partnership with all of your stakeholders, all of your industry people, along with the county, in promoting tourism and growing that base in this county. So it's an absolute success story. I want to commend you for that and just let you know how much I appreciate it. So keep it up.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks for your support as well.
Okay. Thanks again. I know we'll see you in a few months, and we're going to take a 5-minute break. All right, I'd like to call the Board of Supervisors meeting back to order. Clerk, please read our second 1:30 appointment.
This is a presentation on the status of the Denell fire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I'm Jason Terry of your Office of Emergency Services. I have up here with me Scott Tannenberg from the Stanislaus National Forest and Sheriff Pooley making his way up as well. Today's item is to give you a general update on the Donnell fire. I thought real quick I'll run through a quick timeline of what has occurred, and then I'll hand it over to Scott to give a current fire update. So on August 1st, we had the fire reported out at Lake Donnell, and it was later referred to as the Donnell Fire. An ICP was established at Dodge Ridge, and an incident command team was ordered up. By August 5th, we had a section of fire that ran 5 miles, destroying several structures within the Dardanelle Resort and 53 structures and an estimated 81 outbuildings. On that same day, our board chair proclaimed a local state of emergency, and it was ratified by the board on August 7th. There have been 2 community meetings on August 6th and August 13th to inform the community and update them on the status of the fire. And in addition, with help from the Sheriff's Office, OES opened up a joint information center, and that was staffed until August 15th, where it was closed due to no call volume. Since then, we have coordinated with the U.S. Forest Service, the Sheriff's Office, and CRA to begin planning for repopulation. Can you give us a current update, please, Scott?
Great. Thank you very much, Jason, and members of the board. So to continue with some more details, as Jason shared, Donnell started a couple of weeks ago now, down at the bottom of the middle fork of the Stanislaus River Canyon, right next to the shores of Donnell Lake. This illustration shows a little bit of some of the geography there. Do we have the lights? Yeah, so little tough to see, but basically the point is to share that these are not just rolling hillsides that ignited on fire. These are steep rock cliffs that our crews had to navigate down into. The progression of the fire to this point, demonstrates growth both up the Clark Fork Canyon and the Disaster and Arnott Creek drainages to the north and to the east of there, as well as the growth that took place up the middle fork of Stanislaus Canyon in the direction of Kennedy Meadows and up the slopes towards the Eagle Meadows area. Last lobe is the one that's farthest to the west. That's the what we refer to as divisions Alpha and Bravo. And that section of the fire pushed around the Dardanelles to the north of them and up against the shores of Spicer Reservoir. That section of the fire, as of yesterday, continues to be the most problematic and has recently spotted into the next canyon to the east, further complicating our containment efforts. Other sections of the fire, however, have indeed moderated in their activity and intensity as per the opening of Highway 108 that we were able to facilitate in coordination with the county and with the sheriff's office last Sunday. This is another current map showing the status of the fire as well as the status of the current forest closure area, not to be confused with the current mandatory evacuation order that the sheriff's office maintains from the Kennedy Meadows Road back to the Eagle Meadow Road. This is a broader closure area for the safety of visitors and travelers in and around the area of the fire. This is still an active fire event, and it does still have certain sections of the forest that are not safe to be occupying at the present time. As Jason described, fire activity picked up August 2nd. It ran up the canyon. When we had firefighters down next to the perimeter of the fire, trying to work the perimeter, trying to contain it, it spotted up above them about 500 feet on the next canyon shelf. When they clambered up to try to contain that spot fire, it spotted up another 500 feet to a total of 1,000 feet, and they just could not, with the resources they had in place, secure containment in those early days. This again is another photo of how steep those cliff faces are. It's an hour-and-a-half hike down to the bottom of that cliff. It's a 3-hour hike to get back out. This is an aerial image of the fire as it started to pick up on August 3rd, exploding in intensity towards the east, up and getting into the Clark Fork and Middle Fork drainages. August 3rd, from the Brightman area, looking over the ridge and up into Clark Fork, you can see the cap and the plume extending up to high enough elevations to where it starts to create ice crystals at the top of the smoke column. That's in the 30,000-foot elevation range. This is another shot from Highway 108 in the Brightman area, demonstrating the explosive growth that we saw on August 3rd, fueled by a multitude of factors, but most importantly, on those particular days, extremely low humidities, extremely high temperatures, and in this particular case, very strong winds. This is an image demonstrating some of the fire conditions. So smoke column is one thing. Flame heights in the 200 to 300 foot range are another. You can see in the background of these two engines that there's no amount of hose, no amount of shovel line, no amount of dozers that can stand within fires that are that tall. This is another image looking back from the the Middle Fork Bridge on Highway 108 back towards the Dardanelle area. These are the conditions that our firefighters were facing when they were attempting to defend those structures. At night, conditions can moderate and success can be made. We had crews working throughout the course of the event, not just in the daytime. Those efforts were aided by our unified command setup that we established with Tuolumne County Fire and with the Sheriff's Office to be able to garner additional resources and to be able to actually start to get a handle on this extreme event. Again, tree torching, fire conditions that are well beyond the capacity of ground forces alone to take care of. So at a later point in the fire, we were able to actually secure and utilize some aerial resources. This demonstrates some of the 8 or more helicopters that we had operating on incident at the height. This is one of our Type 1 helicopters, dropping several hundred gallons of water at a time. And we did also have some help from our fixed-wing assets. This is the 747, very large air tanker, making a drop. They were out there as of yesterday as well. We saw multiple drops getting made to try to stem the further growth of the fire. The key with the respect to utilizing those fixed-wing assets is indeed clear air. And the inversion that was in place in the first few days definitely hampered our ability to do that. Not only were we delivering retardant via air, we had a mobile retardant base that was able to load water tenders, and we had ground assets painting the fuel. These efforts were implemented along Highway 108 in the area of Kennedy Meadows, again, to successfully defend those assets and keep the fire from creating more damage. Firefighters clambering again along granite rocks. This is tough country. A lot of you who know this and live this area appreciate that. The Dardanelles continue to be one of the major rock features and one of the areas where this fire is occurring. The Spicer Reservoir is in the background there. And this fire is still, as I explained earlier, continuing to wrap its way around the north end of the Dardanelles and head in a northeasterly direction along Spicer Meadow and up Highland Creek into Alpine County. This demonstrates some of that activity, the widespread spotting that's up there, up in the Carson Iceberg Wilderness area. And yet we do have crews deployed there, and we are utilizing aerial assets to try to gain containment and slow it down. One of the biggest efforts associated with this firefight was indeed our structure protection and hazard mitigation measures. Not only did we, after our extreme event day, where we lost many cabins and the Dardanelle Resort, we did implement quite a robust structure protection effort that in the subsequent days succeeded in mitigating the hazards to an additional 150 structures, as well as the structures along the Eagle Meadow Road. Some of those measures included setting up sprinkler systems, the retardant deployment that we showed earlier. Some of the hazards that our crews face, as well as travelers face, include falling rocks, falling trees, some of them no small hazard. As you can see, the diameter of that being almost as tall as that gentleman. And yet what remains? Well, certainly it's not fair to characterize this fire as 100% destruction of our landscape. You can see in the foreground here a significant amount of green tree retention. The fire did have significant areas of high severity burn. It also had significant areas where it just danced through, made it touch the ground in a fairly light fashion, and left sections of our forest in not as bad a shape as one might assume. Certainly areas around the cabins did experience extreme fire behavior and extreme fire effects, and we're working diligently as we speak to continue to mitigate those hazards, get trees on the ground, and make it safe for people to re-enter their property. This is a photo from the Brightman area again. Fairly severe impacts in that particular spot of the fire. Along Fence Creek Road, up the Clark Fork drainage, quite a few hazards remain, and for the time being, the Fence Creek Road will remain closed. This is what can happen. This was not helped down to the ground by our firefighters. This tree consumed and toppled naturally. Daily reports from our firefighters about how they're out there and they just hear trees falling randomly all around them. So the hazards still remain, at least in the burn area. However, all of those hazards were mitigated, as I explained earlier, along the Highway 108 corridor to where we felt collectively a degree of comfort in opening that for travel. Stump holes continue to burn out within the fire area. Again, for the average foot traffic, representing a risk. And yet there were successes. The Bennett Juniper was saved. The Eagle Meadow homes were saved. This is an image from the south looking north into the Middle Fork. The Bennett Juniper is down in the lower center of that photograph. You see some resources there that were placed to help preserve that, as well as the homes and properties along the Eagle Meadow area. And then towards the top of the photo, you see some retardant line and some hand line that was put in. This is where the perimeter control and the success that we achieved, particularly, again, with the assistance of County Fire and the assets that they were able to bring to the table, this is where we really achieved a great success. Tuolumne Together, absolutely. And this is something we definitely appreciate. The support that we've received, the outpouring of consideration that we've received, as well as the communication and collaboration that we've received from all angles. Can't speak enough to how much we appreciate the teamwork that we've experienced throughout this incident. And that will continue through the next several weeks, unfortunately, as this continues to burn up into the wilderness. There will be smoke impacts. However, it is looking better and better every day for those impacts along the southern portion of the fire and along the 108 corridor, where our crews continue to mitigate hazards, continue to make things safer for entry, and continue to make progress on the most visible and most critical areas of the fire. With that, I'll turn over the status of our evacuations to Sheriff Pooley. Does that sound good? Great.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gray, board members, Mr. Pedro. Last Saturday, Mr. Pedro and I were on the phone together and decided to take a ride up to the ICP to get a better situation. We were hearing rumors that they had achieved pretty good success over the night. And as a result of our meeting, we elected to open up Highway 108 and Kennedy Meadows. Having said that, there's a lot of effort on our part, the Forest Service, our volunteers, the Highway Patrol, to keep folks out of or off of the forest and out of those cabins that were affected. Currently, we're staffing during the day upwards of 5 or 6 individuals. Some are volunteers, some are deputies, and then at night we scale it back because it's a little easier to watch for us. Having said that, Tracy asked that I speak towards the costs to some of that. We're probably going to average about $5,000 a day in overtime. It's going to eat up our budget fairly quickly, and as a sheriff, I am pushing everyone to get this thing open as quick as we can. We need to get this open, but we have to do it safely, and we all know that. So taking that into consideration, I think so far it's been a success. We've received positive information back from the public. There's been a few looky-loos that have parked or stopped or slowed down along the way to take pictures. We kindly asked them to keep moving. They have. So far, we haven't had anybody try to go into the cabins or anything like that. Clark's Fork and Eagle Meadows are still both closed with hard closures. We're staffing Eagle Meadows during the day to let fire apparatus in and out and to let some road work go on. They've had a few dumps today of truckloads of rocks and other equipment going in to repair the road. Questions of me?
So, comment and thank you for the report. And a couple of points. First is I want to encourage anybody that's listening to remember that this is an active area. I heard that term, and to not stray off of the highway. But remember that as you're going down the highway, a number of the perimeter fences have been breached, and we have had reports that cattle have been down in the highway area. I know those permittees are doing what they can to gather them up, but just remember that a lot of those fences no longer exist, and those cattle are starting to come out of the black if they were in the black. So please drive with caution. And remember that there are a number of things that are different today than they were 3 weeks ago.
And to all the permittees, the cabin owners that are in the area, it is not open. We're not going to allow them in. So please stay home. We will contact you. We are going to give the permittees and the cabin owners ample time to get in, take custody of their property before we let the general public in. So please be patient with us.
Be patient and know that we are doing what we can on those private properties to get the agency said they had a term they like to use other than hazard.
Environmental health assessments.
Thank you. Environmental health assessments done, and so that folks can get into their private property. One thing that I want to say, we had an awful lot of lessons learned after the rim fire, and we talked about that. And I want to say that in a number of ways, I would point to the experiences up here as a success in learning those lessons. I think that the communication and the coordination on a number of fronts was greatly improved, as was the assistance. I know when the county called to the Forest Service, well, yes, please, let's do this jointly. And being a resource user in both of those fires, I want to commend, again, the entire team. It takes a team effort. Everybody was present at the table, and we were all working through the list of things that needed to be mitigated and how we moved forward in a very organized way. And from my perspective, that was a success. And so I hope that that communication is continuing with some of the folks that are over the county line on the Calavera side, because I do have concerns for some of those different permit holders over there, and that as the IC is moving away, the forest is still really engaged in reaching out to all those different permit holders.
Yeah, I haven't seen the status report today. And do we have any current status on the fire?
So we weren't able to get an infrared flight, but the estimate is at 35,000 acres, 51% containment, no additional structures. Cost to suppress at this point, $22.5 million. 730 individuals still working this fire. That number will be declining as the hazard tree mitigation and road repair work completes, and we have staff focusing more on the securing of the fire up in the wilderness.
Did you have something else, Rick?
One other point, but just because I think it's such a conversation that we've been having on every level, and I appreciate talking about the conditions that were present when this fire started. But this country shouldn't burn like this. It experiences 500, 1,500 acre fires with lightning strikes. It doesn't experience these kinds of crown fires. And we have to be able, when we're talking about this, clearly articulate that we had a timber problem up there, we had a dead tree problem up there, and then when the right conditions come along, this is the result. And I just think it's important that we can all say that out loud.
Just want to add to the communication subject. It was outstanding. I appreciated the updates from everyone, and it just appeared to me that people were on the same page, and that's truly appreciated. Even at 9:45 at night, I appreciate that. I'm going to tell you a little trick that Scott did. He texted me first to see if I was going to take a phone call, which is good, but I appreciate that. Carl?
Yeah, just thanks to everybody on the whole team. Fire, both county and Forest Service, the leadership, Sheriff's Department, law enforcement, and all that stuff. Unfortunately, we're probably better at it than most because we've had more practice. I'm glad we're better at it, but I wish we didn't have as much practice. But and what Randy said this morning, just for the people out there that are going to be driving along the highway, be extra careful for all the reasons that Sherry talked about. But as Randy said earlier, Supervisor Hanvelt said earlier today, we aren't even close to being through fire season this year. So when you're driving up there, stay on the road and be good citizens.
Anybody else? Mr. Pedro? Oh,
just a quick one.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, first, I just want to thank the sheriff both for the quick response to close it down and evacuate, and also to open it up. Both of those things are really important. I think you handled it extremely well. Forest Service, I know, struggled with resources, and our partners, everybody coming together. Same thing. I just want to say I appreciate that. The one thing I did, and I just want to kind of preempt this, I think you guys have done a good job with everything that you have. I've been hearing people in the community saying certain things, and I just want to address it, because some of it I don't believe, and I want to nip it in the butt. And some of it I do to some degree, and I just want to share that, but I want it to be constructive. So the first thing is with Dardanelles. I've heard people, all kinds of conspiracies about people saying let it burn and things like that. I was up there probably 2 days after I got to go in, and went all the way up almost to Kennedy's, and there is no way at all that you could see how the fire came up that draw. It's remarkable how hot it's burning to be able to burn things like that. And I've seen trees on fire. I've been around it. To get a tree to be just completely annihilated like that, and a whole swath of it. And because people are saying, oh, there's other cabins right there that didn't burn and things, and it's complete BS. So I just don't want people spreading that kind of nonsense. The second thing, initial attack. I know you guys were stressed with resources, and I've heard this criticism, and I just want to bring it up. I want to acknowledge it, and I want to try to use this as a catalyst for change. There's no doubt more could have been done, not with the resources we have and not in the circumstances, but with a fire like this, as we look towards the future, we need to, Forest Service as well as the county and anybody involved, we need to have a way to have more aggressive initial attacks. And you can see the first 2 days, 48 hours is your window. And in most cases, probably 24 hours is your only opportunity to affect something like this, because once it gets to that point where you look at day 3 and you look at those clouds, I mean, those firefighters are living in hell. I mean, it is something beyond the power of man. You can't let it get to that point. And as a policy level, Scott, I just want to encourage you guys, your higher ups, people you talk to, Randy and RCRC and all these different things, we need to change how we look at fires from the very beginning. We need to change how we prioritize resources, because once it gets to that point where there's no turning back, you're not going to get containment by cutting line, by doing anything. You're just going to wait for it to burn out and run out of fuel and maybe get lucky with some weather. But like I said, I know with the circumstances we have fires all over the state, all over the nation. I understand all of that. And I don't think there's anything looking back we could have done differently. But as we move ahead, the way we prioritize resources, the way we have policies put in place, we need to recognize that's the only time you're really going to make a difference is the very, very first attack. So that's it.
Vice Handel.
Well, Supervisor Royce is exactly right, but our forest isn't in condition to take fire in most places. That's the problem, and there are a lot of people who think fire is a good thing. Well, it is where the forest can take the fire, but not universally, certainly not today, and we have to work on it. But I want to add one more comment. First of all, I want to thank the team that did open 108 and open Kennedy Meadows. I know that the people that run Kennedy Meadows for the county are very thankful. But as we talked about during the Visitors Bureau thing, that 108's open. It's open for business, Pinecrest. Those people need our help, and so I'm going to encourage our locals to go and support our local businesses. I don't know about you, but I like to go to Kennedy Meadows and have dinner once in a while, a couple times a year. I haven't been there yet. I think I'm going to find a time I can get there soon. He needs a business, and he does a good job up there. So encouraging everybody to support them and pray for our firefighters. Those guys, we lost 2 firefighters in this state to hazard trees that came down and hit them. I wish that hadn't happened. I never want a firefighter injured, but the hazard trees are what Jason and his team have been working on with tree mortality, and the foresters have been working on, and everybody else in the state's been working on. That problem is immense. That isn't going away, and it contributes to the fire conditions we have out there. So big task, a lot to do. Appreciate what you're doing. Wish it never happened, and I agree. Initial attack during fire season. We got to solve that problem.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Pedro?
If I could, just to echo the comments about the communication was outstanding. I mentioned at Ferguson, when we were talking about Ferguson with Jason and you, Scott, and others. Sarah on this one has been great, the whole team. It's really been outstanding communications. I mean, I don't know how you guys were doing what you're doing and making all the phone calls on the side. I want Bill to say what he said about this incident command team. It's what his words. You know, he has some pretty high praise for him. So why don't you tell him your thoughts on that?
I've been doing this for 29 years now, and it's absolutely the best team I've ever worked with. Absolutely. The communication's fantastic. You have a bunch of folks that legitimately care about our county. They're doing absolutely the best they can, and I appreciate them.
And then with Bill there, I also want to just say, it's been said in other forums, but I think that was just the most outstanding. If you have got to do it, the evacuation that the sheriff's office, with the team did was outstanding. If that didn't decisions weren't made when they were, and it wasn't executed the way it was, people really could have been hurt. And, that was outstanding work, by the sheriff and his team and the support crew from the incident. I did want to mention, we were even talking about this at lunch, trying to get that environmental team, in to assess properties. It's okay to say. We did finally get the okie dokie, from Forest Service to get our team. We've had teams ready to go in and do the reviews, the environmental reviews of the sites, so that we can assess what's there, what's not there, to clear the way, along with trees being taken down, so those property owners can get in and look at their properties, which is key to allowing the opening of things. I don't have the timeline yet because we were hoping we could have got in yesterday, but that's opening the door, for that, and that's really good. I see Keenan Whitman back there. For those that had their properties destroyed, we've been communicating with Sarah, with the district, and sharing information, and Kanan's working with people to try and get them their tax relief, just give them an immediate, bit of relief. And so thank you, Kanan, for that. And again, Dave Gonzalez and his team, once we, get the properties cleared, then there's that commitment from CRA as people working with the Forest Service, those that want to rebuild, and there's a lot of them. We'll do the best we absolutely can to facilitate, the review and approval of plans and construction, and did have the opportunity to talk directly with the new owners of the Dardanelles, probably along with others, and they are excited about, getting back in here, rebuilding as quickly as they can. I told them of the story of Kennedy Meadows, the fire a few years ago, and the commitment that was made and how quickly that was able to be, rebuilt, and said, I think we can do it again. And so they're very excited about, that opportunity.
Sherry, you had some.
Yeah, and I just want to remind everyone that Pinecrest is open, and especially with your Labor Day plans. And then, Scott, I have had some questions from some of the on some of the campgrounds that are on the east end up towards Kennedy, if we anticipate that they could be possibly open for Labor Day. I think there's two in particular that are right next to Kennedy Meadows.
Are you referring to the Dead Man and Baker?
Mm-hmm.
Those are, yes, those are associated with the Kennedy Meadows Resort, and those are going to be open, yes.
Okay.
Okay.
If I may, I just want to give a little clarification. I was at the ICP yesterday and talking about getting rid of the snags and the dead trees. They have, I believe, 18 teams up there working. You would wonder, well, how come they haven't got any one area done yet? Essentially, you can't put all 18 teams in one area. There'll be falling trees on each other. So what you have is more of an elevated approach. So all of it is progressing very well. As of yesterday morning, at my briefing, 10 o'clock in the morning, they were 85% completed. So they're moving along as quick as they can.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you. Do any of board members have a special report they want to give?
Just one for, and I'll.
Okay, go ahead and read reports.
Reports.
All right.
Supervisor Hanbelt and I yesterday went to Sacramento for the Stop the Water Grab rally, I call it. It was a good event. There were, I don't know, maybe Randy remembers, but there were at least 15 or 20 elected officials, superintendent of schools, a head of a labor organization, farm workers, and all of that stuff, protesting the California water fix, rallying in opposition to the protest, or to the California water fix. It was a great event, about 2,000 people. If you want to see a contrast, a stark contrast, you can go to my Facebook site, and I've got some pictures on there, and one of them is the counter rally that was around the corner. And when I got it on a bigger screen, Supervisor Hanbelt, I actually counted 12 counter protesters, the man and the dog not included. So it was 2,000.
14.
So, yeah, if you count the man and the dog. But it was a great rally, and there's another picture on there with Randy and I flanking Kristen Olson. We had her in the picture so the lens on the camera wouldn't break. But it was a very important event for people that care about recreating on our lakes and rivers in the foothills. And we were there with Ron Koff and Bob Brucker, two directors on it from TUD, representing the county.
I don't know if you said, but the estimate was 2,000 people. I saw something that said 3,000. That's too high. But also something said 500, and there were 500 close to that on the steps alone. So it was a good rally. I'd like to add one thing. Liz Peterson and I went to the Tree Mortality Task Force in Sacramento a week ago Monday, and the Tree Mortality Task Force is alive and well. I'm a little worried about losing momentum and losing identity under the umbrella of the new Healthy Forest Task Force, which is not gaining momentum, doesn't seem to have direction, and I'm a little worried about it. I am writing a note to the chairman of that and trying to give him some constructive comments on how to get that thing moving, because I think it's important, and I'm worried about it not surviving the change in administration. It's too important, and the time is right, and Secretary Zinke and Secretary Perdue are both in supportive of the right moves.
Okay. Supervisor Royce. Supervisor Brennan. Just on Sunday, I took a ride into Yosemite, and the effect on Highway 120 wasn't as drastic as far as the visual effect as what I thought it would be. There's still green trees along the road. The fire did come right up to Highway 120, but I think the Park Service did a really good job of backing it back down the hill, and I'm thankful for that. So it's my report. County Council.
I think you heard today all the different things we've been working on. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Pedro. Clerk, nothing. Okay, will the clerk please read our closed session items?
Okay. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation authority, Government Code Section 549569D1, William Price versus County of Tuolumne et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 61361, and conference with legal counsel, initiation of litigation authority, Government Code Section 549569D4, one case. And conference with involving a joint powers agency, Tuolumne County Economic Development Authority, Government Code Section 54956.96. Discussions will concern A, existing litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D1, Kenneth Perkins versus Larry Cope et al., Tuolumne County Superior Court, case number CV 61630. B is county representatives of Tuolumne County Economic Authority Board, John Gray and Sherry Brennan, and Deputy County Counsel Carlin and Drivdahl.
Do we expect to report anything out?
Probably on one item.
All right, thank you. We're going to go into closed session.
Supervisor Gray, we need public comment.
Public comment on closed session? No? Okay. Getting to be a long day.